Hi guys, good afternoon. Welcome to this VALR marathon. We are doing a XAT revision marathon where we'll be covering a lot of topics. And hi all of you, if you can see me and hear me, give me a quick yes or no. If I'm audible and visible, can you all quickly give me a yes or no? I'm so excited for today. I'm also excited for day after, but today definitely excited. There's a lot that we're going to be covering. We are doing a lot of grammar, some poem RCs. We thought that it might help you, and then we're doing a few RCs, and then we're going to be doing some para jumbles. As time allows, we'll cover as many types of questions as we can. I have about 37, 38 questions. I hope we'll be able to talk and take care of all of them. Hi, Kushagra. Welcome. Hi. Good. I'm so happy that you can see me and hear me. Hi, Binsa. Good afternoon. Everyone else, give me a yes or no, please, quickly. Give me a yes, 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 no, 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 whatever. Kushagra, if you're scoring 25 plus marks in mocks, will you be able to score 30 plus first? Can you, will I be able to score 30 plus on D-Day? Yes, you can. Absolutely, you can. All you need to do is look for the right question. So when you open up your paper, choose the questions wisely. Okay, that's very important. If you're able to choose your questions wisely, there's nothing that can stop you from getting 35. See, 35 means you have to do only 35 questions right out of so many and in so much time. You have 170 minutes to do these 35 questions. That's a lot of time, right? More than 3 minutes per question. More than 3 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes per question. So if you cannot take 4 minutes per question and still do it, then there is a problem. So number one, look at the section. Like we've been talking about, do your paper in rounds. Do the first round 40 minutes, 40 minutes, 40 minutes, or maybe 30 minutes and 10 minutes, 30 minutes and 10 minutes, 30 minutes and 10 minutes. And then beyond that, another 20 minutes that remain, you spend on whatever sections you are, good at. So that's how. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Suraj. Hi, UG Tools. Hi, Parvinder. UG Tools, if you got only 5 marks in previous year papers, then you need to go back and look at your concepts, Pite. What is it that you are missing out on? Because of course, then you're missing out on something, correct? So whatever you're missing out on, you need to be very careful about and go look at those topics. Though there's hardly a day left, but you can still revise. So do revise. Now, questions like reading comprehension, there's nothing that you don't know. It's all there in the passage. So it's all about reading. So look at those questions, okay? Vocabulary, you either know or you don't. If you know it, then you solve it. If you don't know it, you can move on to the next question also. Okay, so therefore, Pranav, no, I'll not be covering all the topics. I'm trying to cover as much as I can. I've got 3 or 4 poem RCs, which I feel are very important. So I'm going to talk about that. I've got 2 very lovely reading comprehension passages. So I'm going to do that. I have about 10 grammar questions because I feel you should do the grammar questions. So that I have a few para jumbles. I have a few vocabulary questions. So I'm going to try and cover as much as possible. Okay. Whatever I miss out on, well, guys, you still have time to revise, right? All right. Kushagra says, I have a plan for doing exam that 40 minutes for all sections and then scoring more in the, yes, absolutely. You can do that 40, and then extra 50 minutes you take to do whatever sections you want to. Chinmay, what is the ideal score to clear all sectionals? 35, 36. If you do that, you will be able to crack all the sections. 35 plus is very safe for that. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Hi, guys. Welcome. Guys, can you all hit the like button and also share the session with everyone so that others can also join? Right? Please share. And please also hit the like button so that we are, we are happy. And I hope everybody is subscribed to the channel so that you can chat with me and you can put in your comments and discussions. Today I've got all fresh questions for you guys. We were creating questions, and the idea is that I first thought we'll do PYQs, but then yesterday I thought that no, this is not a run for PYQs. Here we should be doing questions which are similar to PYQs but cover different errors. So what I have done is I've taken questions which are similar to PYQs but don't use exactly those errors, have different errors so that you can learn better. Hi Suhail. How should you reach 15 marks? 15 marks can be done in any section, no? As in throughout the sections. For verbal, you can, for VALR, I'll tell you what, some areas that are that I won't say very easy, but yes, definitely easier. Number one is grammar. Okay, there are two questions of grammar, one asking you for correct answers, one asking you for incorrect answers. So these two you should definitely do. There are two questions on fillers, vocabulary based, right? So again, now these are, out of these, at least I feel both can be done, but at least one can be done. So 2 here, 1 here. Then you have parajumbles. Out of the 2 questions of parajumbles, you can definitely do 1. Okay, I'm just giving you practical this thing. Then you have critical reasoning. So there are about 5 questions, out of which you can definitely do 3 questions. So that makes it 3 and 2, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Then you have a poem RC. There are 2 questions there, generally, one of which can be definitely done. Okay, so now that makes it 2 plus 3 plus 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 questions that are absolutely doable. And then you have reading comprehension, which you can take as it comes. Choose the best and the easiest RCs and do at least 2 RCs. That should get you into a safe zone. Okay, so that is what you could do. Okay. So it could take you to 50. I don't think it will take you to 15, but yeah, hopefully to a much better score. If it's difficulty in if there is difficulty in VLR, now you cannot do anything except stay in the session, stay till the end, learn what I am teaching you, and then go do some PYQs. Kushagra says in grammar at 1 mock, you got all the correct, and the next mock little questions are, well, nothing can be done now, Kushagra. Whatever had to be done has been done. Now it's only a matter of just revising your grammar a little bit so that you don't miss out on anything, and that's all. Beyond that, don't panic. Just go ahead and do what you can. Okay? So that's always my suggestion. In the last day, don't try to learn anything new. Don't try and revise. Don't try to become a hero. You're not going to, and you will end up destroying your paper. So therefore, best thing is be cool, be calm, and try and do whatever you can. Over these years, I have gone through XAT, I have written XAT, and I have also cracked it. So therefore, I am telling you through confidence that if you do 10 questions correctly also, okay, you will get a good percentile. You will be above 90 percentile and you will be safe. Okay. So if you do 10 questions in VALR, you do 10 questions in DM, and you do 10 questions in QADI. Okay, that makes it 30 questions. And then another 6 questions or another 10 questions if you can look up from all the other sections or all sections, right? That takes you to 40 questions. Now with 40 questions, you are covered. You have got your percentile, you've got your 99, you've got everything. Of course, there's nobody to stop you from doing more questions. If you can do more questions correctly, why not? But like I'm saying, it's not compulsory, but at least 10, 10, 10 in all the sections you need to do. Okay, so do make sure that you're doing that. Ideally, please revise all the PYQs, the last 5-year PYQs, 2017 to now. Okay. And also subsequently, once you're done with this, do the mocks that we have sent out. There are 8 mocks, 4 flexi and 4 pro mocks. Do them. Okay, so 8 of these mocks and 8 of these past years, you have 16 papers. If you can just revise those, that will really, really help. Okay, revise these past year papers. That I think is going to be really, really helpful. Okay. All right. Yes, this is a 6-hour marathon, guys. I hope you're all ready for the marathon. We are going to start now. I think I'm going to throw out my questions. What you need to do is you need to answer in the chat box. UG tools you don't have to. मतलब जितना कर सकते हो उतना कर लो. If you can revise the PYQs, do the PYQs. I assume that you have done the mocks over the last 15-20 days. So 8 mocks you've already done, right? Revise the PYQs. Whatever you can do as much. Don't go crazy. Yes, Chinmay, 10-10-10 सारा sectional clear हो जाएगा, but you will need to take your score up. So please remember that 10-10-10 makes your sectionals clear, but you will need to take your score up if you want a good percentile. You know how it works, right? So 10-10-10 gets you sorted. So that will make you happy, but beyond that, you need more marks because you want to take your percentile up, your net percentile, right? So that's something that you do. All right, so shall we get started, guys? Let me see if I've got my likes. I want to see if I've got those 54 likes that should be here. Yeah, I'm very greedy for all of this, you know that? Who doesn't like praise? Who doesn't like likes? Everybody likes them. Hi, Shubhra, how are you? All right, chalo, let's get started. I've got some questions. Our first set, of course, starts with a poem. I know. And you'll be like, ma'am, shuru karte hi bawal kaat diya. And yes, that's how it is. Here's a very beautiful poem. I'm going to take 2 minutes. I'll mute myself. I'm not removing myself from the screen. It's very visible. Take a minute, read, and then we'll get to the questions. Okay? All right, everybody, if you've read, can you just write read in the chat box? In the meantime, let me also read out the poem. It was the rainbow that gave thee birth, okay, and left thee all her lovely hues. And as her mother's name was tears, so runs it in my blood to choose. For haunts the lonely pools and keep in company with trees that weep. Go you, and with such glorious hues, live with proud peacocks in green parks. On lawns as smooth as shining glass, let every feather show its mark. Get thee on boughs and clap thy wings before the windows of proud kings. Nay, lovely bird, thou art not vain. Thou hast no proud, ambitious mind. I also love a quiet place that's green, away from all mankind, a lonely pool, and let a tree sigh with her bosom over me. All right. So, what a very beautiful poem. Talks about how the rainbow has given birth to someone. All right, read. Okay, let's take you to the questions. Here's the first one. Which of the following figures of speech is used thrice in the poem by the poet? Okay, 3 times this has been used in the poem by the poet. Is it an alliteration? Is it an allegory? Is it onomatopoeia, personification, or satire? Please click a photo of the poem. If you haven't, then I'll just quickly take you back and you can take a look. Here you are. Okay. Okay. So I have, yeah. Were you able to see the poem? Everyone? All right. I've taken you back to the poem again. All right, guys, let's get some answers in. Okay, so is it an alliteration? Is it an allegory? Is it onomatopoeia? Is it personification? Is it satire? Oh, I've got a lot of D's here, guys. Why do I have D's here? Come on, quickly. Give me the 3 repetitions. Yes, that is a personification. Personification means some non-living thing or something dead is treated as alive. So that's personification. You treat it as a person. Now, if you were to look at the passage or look at the poem, where do we see the personification? We see it in 3 different places. It was the rainbow that gave thee birth. You see, rainbow gave you birth and left thee all her lovely hues. And as her mother's name was tears, so runs it in my blood to choose. Okay, I can see that. And then there's another one. Sigh with her bosom over me. Do you see these 3-4 references of her? So that's the personification. Very good. Okay, so I've got 3 personifications. Very good, Chinmay. The rainbow, the trees. Right, very good. And the mother's name. Yes, very good. So that's 3 instances of personifications. Okay, somebody tell me what is an alliteration? And can you give me an example of an alliteration? Quickly. What is an alliteration? Any example of an alliteration? Very nice. Very good. When the consonant is repeated again and again, right, that is called alliteration. So when I say she sells seashells on the seashore, very good. Yes, Kevin. Very good. That is an alliteration. The first letter, when it is repeated, that's called an alliteration. Okay. So that's alliteration. Allegory is generally a story that has some hidden moral lesson attached to it. That's called an allegory. Okay. So, for example, I don't know if any of you have read it, Pilgrim's Progress. Now, that's a very beautiful example of an allegory. So here is a family that's going, and then how they reach their home. It's a story of how a person grows spiritually. So that's an allegory. Oh, what a wonderful word, phrase. Yeah, Shubhra, very nice, very nice. Go and gather the green leaves on the grass. Very good. Good grief, absolutely. Okay, what do you call when the inner vowels are repeated? Or the inner vowel sound is repeated. For example, in alliteration, the first consonant is repeated. When the inner vowel is repeated, what is that called? Somebody tell me. Have you heard of that? I'll give you an example. The rain in Maine stays mainly in the plain. Okay. What is that called? Very good, Ayushi. That's called assonance. Very good. Assonance is the inner vowel repetition. So that's assonance. Very good. What is onomatopoeia? Now that's an easy one. Very good. Yes, you guys. Kevin, Apurva, Shubhra, Gauri, Ayushi. Very nice. That is an assonance. Absolutely. What is onomatopoeia? Somebody quickly tell me. Yes. So can I say clang or the dishoom or the creak of the door? Yeah, these are all onomatopoeia. When the sound is, yes, when the word sounds exactly as the sound. Yes, the buzz of the bees. Absolutely. Very nice. Clutter, thud, boom. Yes, very nice. Very nice. Very good. Yes, so that's onomatopoeia. Personification we already know. Okay, what is apostrophe? Somebody quickly tell me, what is apostrophe? Anyone who knows? Yes, bam, hiss, all of that is wonderful. Very good, Kevin. Very good, Ayushi. Addressing someone who's not present, someone who's dead, you address them. So, for example, if I were to speak to this pen of mine and say, "Oh, pen, you are my best friend." Now, this is apostrophe. Very good. So, between personification and apostrophe, the difference is that personification, you just treat that thing as a live being, but in apostrophe, you also address that thing. Okay, so you address it, then it is apostrophe. For example, "Oh pen, you are my best friend." Okay, and if I said, "The pen understood me so well." Now here, when I say the pen understood me so well, I'm using personification. Can a pen understand? No, a human can understand. So here is personification. When I address pen, that's an apostrophe. So that's the difference. Correct? I hope you are aware of that. Okay, who will tell me what is a satire? Anyone? And I'll give you an example. So, Animal Farm or 1987, both books by George Orwell, right, are satires. Now, what is a satire? UG tool, I will tell you. Kevin says the use of, Kushagra says the use of humor to attack a person, an idea or behavior that you think is bad or silly. Yes, when there is something going wrong and you cannot directly attack it, so what you do is you use humor as a cover up for mocking, ridiculing, taunting, attacking that thing. Very nice. When you talk about the societal ills, Gauri, very nice. When you talk about societal problems in a light, mocking way, you do not address it directly. Because obviously you don't want to go fight with the government. They'll put you under some sort of sedition charges, or they'll put you in prison. So you don't want that. So therefore, what do? You write a satire, right? A satire is a story which is humorous, funny, witty, and is intended to talk about something. Yes, it is very sarcastic at times. It is very nice, Chinmay. Yes, it is Kataksh. Examples, the TV show South Park, The Simpsons. Yes, The Simpsons is such a good example. Absolutely. Family Guy also. Yes, you got it. Absolutely. All of those are such good examples of satires. Very nice. Very nice. I just started watching Family Guy with my son. For some reason, I find it very scary. But The Simpsons definitely is such an interesting satire. If you haven't read Animal Farm at some time, when you have time, Do read. It is such a beautiful satire on communism. It just spoke so much fun on it. Anyway, all right, let's go to the next question. So, of course, nay, lovely bird, thou art not vain. Which of the following depicts the correct meanings of the context of this line? Okay, what is this line trying to tell you? I don't know if it is the best show to watch, but yeah, definitely you guys are watching it, and so we are also forced into watching it. If our children watch it, well, do we dare not watch it? Yes, Animal Farm is a lovely, lovely novel. And such deep connotation. The first time I read it, I didn't understand. By that, I was in class 6 or 7. So I had no idea of communism and stuff like that. Then later, when I grew up and I read it, I found it to have such deep meanings. You know, by then I was already aware of communism, socialism, and all of that. So Animal Farm, yes. Okay, let's take a look. The bird and the author have the same inhibitions. Do they have the same inhibitions? Not really. The bird perches in solitary locales and yet it is not vain. It is not about being solitary and being vain, right? The bird and the author have analogous ambitions. They have similar ambitions, but we cannot get that from the poem. The poet urges the bird not to waste its beauty. Can we say that, right? It can. The bird's beauty would go in vain. Can we really say that it would definitely go in vain? No, we cannot. So therefore not E. So the best answer, yes, here would be option number D. Very good, you guys. Excellent. Excellent. We can just quickly go to the poem for a moment. Nay, lovely bird, thou art not vain. See, if you were to look at this, nay, lovely bird, thou art not vain, thou hast no proud, ambitious mind. Right? So he's saying that you are not vain, you do not have pride or ambition. And similarly to you, I also love a quiet place. I go hide away into a quiet place and not create a fuss about anything. Right? So therefore, absolutely right with your answer. So don't waste your beauty, just be quiet. Don't hide. I mean, don't do anything. All right. Okay, here's the second one. Ozymandias, I bet some of you have read. Yes, Pranav. Absolutely, because nay is used. So the poet is dissuading her from using her beauty. Absolutely. All right. Ozymandias, I think some of you might have read it in school, but it's a very interesting, very nice poem. What a real picture of life, no? All right, let's read this and let's take a moment and see. So I met a traveler from an antique land who said, two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and a sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive. Stamped on those lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. Oh, this is such a beautiful poem. Yeah. Some of you would have read it. My son, when he was in school, he had read this poem. So I assume you are about his age only. So you might have read it. Yeah. So here is a traveler who comes from an ancient land and he says that I saw this. I saw on a desert two huge legs. and just legs standing there. And just very near that, there was a face that was lying. The face was wrinkled, broken. It was shattered, right? The part of the face. And there was a frown and a lip and a very sneer, cold command. So he was probably a king or someone who was very much in control, right? And that face, that broken statue shows that this man must have been really powerful. But look at it now. What is he now? It's just a statue. It says, look at me, look at my works. But where are the works? Everywhere around you look, it's just desert. Right? So there is that hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. So there was that person, he mocks these people. That king, Ozymandias, he mocks everyone. And that makes him happy. Right? So the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. The heart is happy. That Ozymandias was happy when he mocked these people. He said, oh, you are some tiny creatures. Look at me, I am the greatest king. Right? Yes. So he is mocking these people. And the statue shows that. But look at that statue now. There is only legs that are left. The face is gone. There is nothing around. He says, look on my work. So look at what I have created. But where is everything? It's all gone. So time is so powerful that it can take away everything. Right? What a beautiful poem this one is. It says, round the decay, nothing beside remains. Just the two legs are remaining. Nothing else remains. Okay? And it's just desert that is there. So you can be the most powerful and yet not have anything left, because time is probably the most powerful. Right? We don't know if it's post-war. We just know that there is a desert. In between the desert, there are two legs that are standing. Now, probably at some point of time, this desert would have been a thriving empire of the king Ozymandias. And he would have been a very powerful, proud king who was proud of his accomplishment. The statement says, my name is Ozymandias, king of kings. So he has created his own statue. See, look at that. I have created my own statue and I've written, I am the king of kings. So there is, yes, so there is such attitude. And now what is there? There's nothing. So all you can have, all the pride, all the hubris, everything, it finishes. Time finishes everything. Okay? Yes, ruins of an empire, ruins of a life, everything. All right, let's look at the questions. We've got some questions also. Very lovely poem this is. Okay, which of the following captures the exact essence of the poem? So time is a great leveler, is unbiased in its assessment. Kings who believe in cruelty are lost leaders. One should not boast about one's ability. A life full of vanity, cruelty, and pomposity is transient. Travel opens up human beings to history. Now take a moment and tell me what the correct answer is. I'm waiting for your answers. Okay, everybody's saying 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. All right. Time is a great leveler and is unbiased in its assessment. Okay, we can take that. Kings who believe in cruelty are lost leaders. Definitely 2 is not a good choice. Okay, 1 is a good choice. One should not boast about one's ability. Okay, but that's not the exact essence. A life full of vanity, cruelty, and pomposity is transient. Can I take this also as an answer? Because see, if you look at Ozymandias, he is vain because he creates his own statue. He is cruel. You can see that in the poem. And he is pompous, right? And all of that disappears, right? So this can also be a good choice. Travel opens up human beings to history is not a very good choice at all. Okay, correct. So between 1 and 4 we do have choices. Oh, is that so? Suhail, I had no idea that the video is unlisted. Let's check. Let me also ask Shruti. Oh, I had no idea. So how did you guys get links? We'll check. Don't worry, we will check. Actually, I was also looking at the video and I was not able to see. Oh, you guys got it from my zone. Oh, Shreyansh, I'm so sorry. Okay, okay. All right. Okay, let's go back to the poem for a moment, everyone. Okay, through Telegram you got it, but I don't think it is visible. Give me a moment, guys, now that I know it was not visible. It was not visible. I just tried seeing it. I could not see it. Yeah, now it is visible. I know it was not visible. That was not visible. All right. Okay, guys, can you all hit the like button, please? Yes, if 35 likes I am 34. Chi. All right. So Apurva. Okay. Let's take a look at Apurva's argument. Apurva says, I feel that the answer should be 1 because it's typically about the ruins of an empire. No matter how mighty it is, I don't think it specifically means that vanity is transient. Okay, very good. Chinmay says that cruelty has not been explicitly mentioned. Time levels, everything that can be inferred. Very good. You guys, I'll tell you what, between 1 and 4, 4 is a good choice, right? Because it says a life full of vanity, cruelty, and pomposity is transient. Let's go back to the poem once very quickly. Okay, we are just going to go to the poem once and take a look. Does it talk about time? Yes, I met a traveler from an antique land. Somebody says that, right? So therefore, yes, time, here is everything. He had everything and now there's nothing. So time is a great leveler. Yes, works for me. But is it unbiased in its assessment? We don't know if it is unbiased in its assessment. Can I find that? Yeah. Can I find that if time is unbiased in its assessments? Everyone. Because we have only spoken of the king Ozymandias. You get it? I can infer that time is very, very powerful, but is unbiased. Do we have an example of something that says that time is unbiased? Because we have only spoken about a very cruel man, but we have not talked of the simple man, have we? Right? So then can I say that time is a great leveler and is unbiased in its assessment? See, every time you have an answer that has 2 parts. X and Y. It's not only X that you check, no? You also need to check with Y. But is Y correct here? I don't know. Time can defeat the most strongest of kings, but can it also defeat the weakest of people? Can I get it from this line? Yes, Ozymandias was mighty, correct. But is unbiased in its assessment, can I say that? Because then if you have to show the unbiasedness also, na? Maybe time is only cruel to the toughest of people and not to simple people. So can I really infer that? No. And that's why my correct answer is not going to be 1. It is going to be 4. Okay. I know you guys can kill me. But I'm still saying that you cannot get that time is unbiased in its assessment. Time is a great leveler. Yes. We can definitely infer that. But that it is unbiased, we don't know. Therefore, I'm saying a life full of vanity, cruelty, and pomposity. You can be the most vain, cruel, or pompous person, but that life can go away. Okay? All right. Okay, here's the next one. Yeah, let the poor get leveled and we would have taken that, but that didn't happen. Right? At least not in this part of the form. Okay. Tell that its sculptor, well, whose passions red which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. Which of the following literary devices is prevalent in the lines given above? Is it an allusion? Is it ellipsis? Is it hyperbole? Is it synecdoche? Is it irony? Okay, Apurva gives me a D. Yes, Apurva. Gauri also gives me a D. Synecdoche. Very good. And what is a synecdoche? Who will tell me very quickly? I love these. I love figures of speech, man. So there are two. One is metonymy and the other is synecdoche. And in both, one represents the other. Something represents something, right? So which one represents? So in synecdoche, the part represents the whole. Yes, it's a part to whole relationship. And therefore, here the hand and the heart both are parts of something and they represent something. So therefore, yes, very good. The hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. Very good. Very nice. Very nice. Apurva, good. Very good. Metonymy is an extension. Give me an example of metonymy. Very good. Yes, the crown represents the king or queen. Very good. Guys, just give me 1 second, please. Disadvantage of being home alone is that you have to go listen to all the bells that ring and all the people that come. If there's somebody in my house, generally my son is there, so then he takes care of all that. But otherwise, I get stuck. Yes, the White House, the crown. Yes, absolutely. So metonymy shows representation, while synecdoche shows part to whole relationship, right? So this is just representation. For example, the White House for the US government, right? Absolutely. Hollywood, yes, that's such a good example. Hollywood for the American film industry based in Los Angeles, right? Similarly, Bollywood for the Indian film industry based in, of course, Bombay. Tollywood, the Tamil, no, Tollywood is Calcutta, right? I don't know, whatever. Yes, Wall Street for the US stock market, the Lal Street for the Indian stock market, and so on. Absolutely. Hyperbole, we know, is exaggeration, right? Irony is when you say something and do the exact opposite, right? When something is said, the exact opposite is done, that's irony. So a very healthy person like me telling you, oh, I'm on a diet and constantly eating, that's the irony, right? Oh, Tollywood is Telugu, Tamil, okay. Mollywood is what, but you understood, right? Allusion is an indirect reference to something. So when you refer to something in an indirect way, then that is called allusion. Okay. And ellipsis is when you put those two dots, which mean that, okay, something is missing from here and it's to be understood. That's called the ellipsis. So those are your figures of speech or the literary devices. All right. Let's quickly go to the next one. Okay, here's your third poem for today. Okay, take a moment, read it, and then we'll discuss. Yes, Ayushi, very nice. Absolutely. You got it. That is ellipsis. You intentionally remove words from a sentence but convey the same meaning. Absolutely. Very nice. All right, read. Oh, you had this poem in school? Oh, interesting, Gauri. All right, so tell us a little bit about this. Yeah. Okay. So not marble nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme. So this rhyme, this poem, this writing is so powerful that nothing will outlive it. But you shall shine more bright in these contents than unswept stone, besmeared with sluttish time, when wasteful war shall statues overturn, and broils root out the work of masonry. Nor Mars his sword, nor war's quick fire shall burn the living record of your memory. Against death and all oblivious enmity shall you pace forth. Your praise shall still find room, even in the eyes of all posterity. So you will still be famous, huh? Even forever. That wear this world out to the ending doom. So till the judgment that yourself arise, you live in this and dwell in lovers' eyes. What a beautiful poem. Okay. Yes. The poem, the writing will survive forever and will always be loved. Very nice. Very good, Aryan. Absolutely. Statues, wars, kingdom, all will finish. But it's the written word shall outlive this powerful rhyme. Everything will finish, but this poem, this set of words will remain forever. What a beautiful way of saying something, no? All right. Which of the following captures the exact essence of the poem? According to the poet, writer, words written in someone's memory are more worthy than mere memories. Oh, the poet wants to internalize his lover through his poetry and not by building monuments. Okay. The poet captures the difference between war and love through this piece of poetry. According to the poet, his love for his lover will be eternalized through his poem as time leads to decay. Okay. Poem is a mightier weapon than sword, especially while creating memories with someone. Okay. That's a very interesting piece of writing. I'm waiting for your answers. Okay, Chinmay says memory and literature will survive. Yes, very good. The lover will always be immortal through the poem. Okay, very nice. Yes, Gauri. The lover will always be immortal. Okay, very nice. Yes, I think. Thank you, Kushagra. Yeah, let's take a look. So what is the exact essence of this poem? That the poem is a mightier weapon than a sword. Well, we did not really get that. His love for his lover will be eternalized. Is it his love for the lover that will be eternalized? No. The lover will be eternalized and therefore be. Captures the difference between war and love that didn't happen. And the words written in someone's memory are more worthy. This worthiness didn't come out, therefore not A. So the best answer here would have been B. If you did get D, please understand it's not the love that is, it's not the poet's love that has to be immortalized, right? It is the lover who's being eternalized. And therefore the correct answer is option number B. Okay. Anyone who got D, please understand it says his love for his lover will be eternalized. The poet does not say that. Okay. लोगों को स्कूल की पोम, मुझे भी अपने स्कूल की पोम्स याद है यार. And trust me, I did my school 500 years ago. Okay. Who or which of the following will live the longest? A poet's love, the poet's beloved, the death of the poet's beloved, the memory of a beloved, or the poet's work? Yes, some poems truly are iconic. And so are some speeches. Friends, Romans, countrymen, I come to bury Caesar and not to praise him. I think I will forever remember this. I can never forget it. 500 years was not dinosaurs, huh? It was just the Mughals. Dinosaurs have to be like really old, really old. Kanye West Grammy speech? Was that really that? Yes, so who will live the longest? It is the poet's work. It's not the memory of a beloved, right? It is his work, his rhyme that will survive. And therefore, his word, okay? Or his work. Not the love, not the beloved. Beloved is not going to live the longest. Huh? The death of the beloved also no. The memory of a beloved could have been a choice, but he says it's the rhyme that will survive, right? And therefore, it is the poet's work that will survive. Okay? Of course, Himanshu, you got it absolutely right. Absolutely. Just 500 words, years. All right. Shall we do one more or shall we go to some other questions, guys? What do you say? Let's do this one also. How many want to do this poem? Give me a yes. Quickly. The tulips. Okay. Then let's do this one. I have just got 4 yeses out of 81 people. Goodness. At least give me 81 yeses. The screen should go. Yeah. Okay. All right. Then that's a much better yes record. On still I haven't got all the 80 yeses or 85 yeses. I like Satvik's response. और तो 2 ही दिन और करना है, कर लो यार. Yeah, Surendra, I like that. Trust me. I love being sent those something cute AF. All right, chalo. Let's read this poem and then we'll take it forward from there. You can say lit AF, I'll be happy. I'm very naughty, you know that? All right, let's read this poem. The tulips are too excitable. It is winter here. Look how white everything is, how quiet, how snowed in. I'm learning peacefulness, lying by myself quietly. As a light lies on these white walls, this bed, these hands. I'm nobody. I have nothing to do with explosions. I've given my name and my day clothes up to the nurses, and my history to the anesthetists, and my body to surgeons. They have propped my head between the pillow and the sheet cuff, like an eye between 2 white lids that will not shut. Stupid pupil, it has to take everything in. The nurses pass and pass. They are no trouble. They pass the way gulls pass inland in their white caps, doing things with their hands, one just the same as another. So it is impossible to tell how many there are. All right. Okay, so this is a very interesting poem, huh? Oh, yes. The lady who was trying to kill herself for 100,000 times. Her poems are very unhappy. If you look at Sylvia Plath's works, there was another one that came in XAT a couple of years ago. It's always been very unhappy. She tried to commit suicide a number of times. And her poems are so morose, so about death, and so about all of this. But then they're beautiful also. So look at this. I've given my name and my day clothes up to the nurses and my history to the anesthetists and my body to surgeons. So this person is on the bed. They're just lying there. The doctors, the surgeons, the nurses, they're all taking care of this person. It's very cold, snowed in. And now this person is on the bed. It's probably in a hospital, right? And they can't do anything. They're just lying there, right? Listening, watching, not doing anything else. They don't also know how many people come and go. They become probably so oblivious to everything or so unable to differentiate between different nurses because the nurses are just going here and there and doing their work, right? So therefore, very quiet, very peaceful. This person is unwell, dead, not dead, dying, something like that. Yes. All right, let's take a look at the questions. Okay. So in the first stanza, what does the poet do? Praise the serene quality of the hospital bed by contrasting it with the whiteness of the outside world. Gives us an insight into his or her psyche that longs for peace and tranquility evoked by the glowing tulips. Contrast the excitable nature of the tulips with the barren setting of the hospital room, which evokes a sense of numbness inside him or her. Compares and contrasts the soullessness of the hospital room with the darkness that resides within his or her psyche. presents a scenario where even the beautiful tulips are not enough for the soul of the depressed patient to be awakened. All right. Take a look and tell me what the correct answer should be. Okay, I'm getting some C's. Kushagra says C, Sohail says C, Jesleen says C, Suren says C, Aryan, Ayushi, Dandelion, Siddhant. Dandelion, now you've changed your answer from C to E. All right, let's take a look. So in the first stanza, where is the first stanza? Let's take a moment and see. Okay, here is the first stanza. Okay, so the tulips are very excitable. It's winter. Everything is very cold. Okay, so I have the tulips which are excitable. I am learning peaceful. So the patient is learning to tone down the excitement, learning to be quiet, right? Peaceful and quiet. As the light lies on those white walls, this bed, these hands. I'm nobody. I had nothing to do with the explosions. I have given, so this patient is very peaceful and quiet, not excitable. The tulips are excitable. There is a lot of excitement going on in the tulip's life, right? Let's take a look at the options. Praises the serene quality of the hospital bed by contrasting it, or doesn't contrast, no? So no. Gives an insight into his or her psyche that longs for the peace and tranquility evoked by the glowing tulips? No. Contrast the excitable nature of the tulips with the barren setting of the hospital room? Yes. Compares and contrasts the soullessness of the hospital room with the darkness that resides, but we don't get the darkness in this part of the poem, at least now. Presents a scenario where even the beautiful tulips are not enough for the soul. But we don't know that, right? So the best answer for us is going to be C. Yes, Kushagra, absolutely. The sterility of the hospital room with the beauty of the excitable tulips. That gives you the answer as C. Yes, absolutely. Some of us would have wanted to mark E as the answer. I really wanted to mark E as the answer, but my problem was that in the first part of the passage, the first paragraph of the poem, the author doesn't do this. The author does not present a scenario where the tulips are not enough for the soul of the patient to be awakened, right? And therefore, E is not a good choice for us. Okay? I hope you got that. So that's why C is a much better choice than any of the others. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next part of the session. After this, of course, we have a very beautiful, very short passage, which will be followed by a couple of questions. Okay. All right, let's go. वेरी सटल हाँ देख लो बेटा ऐसी ही होगी जिंदगी all right let's read and then we'll discuss this. I'm going to remove myself from the screen for 2 minutes. All right. I hope you read it. It's such a nice passage. It says, wonder is often celebrated as a positive force, fostering curiosity and awe, which inspire enthusiasm for science and knowledge. However, not everyone views wonder favorably. Oh, how interesting. Historically, theologians have criticized curiosity as a dangerous distraction. Augustine, a 5th century theologian, saw curiosity as a prideful vice driven by an insatiable desire for knowledge. This unquenchable thirst could divert attention from God and inflate one's sense of self importance. Philosophers too have expressed reservations. Okay, so two sets of people, theologians and philosophers. While curiosity's relentless pursuit can lead to dissatisfaction, excessive wonder risks paralyzing the mind, preventing meaningful injury. Despite these critiques, wonder is widely recognized as vital in both science and everyday life, offering a blend of childlike amazement and profound awe. What a lovely passage this is. Let's look at the questions. Which of the following best summarizes the author's view on wonder? Okay, so what is the author saying about wonder? Chalo. Let's take a minute and see what your answer is. Oh, everybody's given me an answer as 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So many ones and a couple of fours. Let's read. The wonder is largely beneficial despite opposition from philosophers and theologians. Okay. Option number 2 says wonder spectrum ranges from innocent delight to profound awe. Okay. Excessive wonder can hinder intellectual progress. That is not the author's view. So let's eliminate 3. Let's look at 4. Wonder plays a significant role in both science and daily life. Does it play a significant role? I don't know. Look at 5. Wonder is rooted in curiosity and awe, shaped by theological debates. Now, clearly 5 is also not correct. Okay, so we are going from option number 1 to option number 2. At least I am going from option number 1 to option number 2, which says wonder is largely beneficial despite opposition from philosophers and theologians, and wonder's spectrum ranges from innocent delight to profound awe. Now, if we go back to the passage, can I pick this largely beneficial thing from the passage? Okay. It is widely recognized as vital in both science and everyday life. It offers a blend of childlike amazement and profound awe, but is it largely beneficial? My question to you is, did we pick that up from anywhere in the passage that it is largely beneficial? Unfortunately, nowhere in the passage do we get this, that it is largely beneficial. It is vital, yes. But if something is vital, does that necessarily mean it is beneficial? Is vital equal to beneficial? My question is that. No, it's not. right? Vital is crucial. Okay, but is it beneficial? I don't know. Okay, so therefore my problem is option number 1 doesn't work for me. Wonder is largely beneficial is not the author's view. Yes, he's definitely said that its spectrum ranges from innocent delight to profound awe, which of course he has said. Childlike amazement to profound awe. Yes, there's a blend of that. So it starts from there to here, right? But it doesn't really say that it is largely beneficial. So my problem is with the word largely in this answer. Absolutely. But the thing is that is it largely beneficial? We don't know. Okay. And is that the author's view specifically? Again, we don't know. So therefore, these two problems cause me to reject it. Option number 2 is clearly correct, right? That it is going from innocent delight to profound awe. Absolutely. But is it largely beneficial? I don't know. Okay. Therefore, I'm saying 2 and not 1. Okay. I know you can kill me for that. But sometimes, yeah. Okay, here's the next question. Which of the following best explains why curiosity's reach always exceeds its possessive grasp? Okay. All right, your next question. Curiosity is driven by an endless quest for knowledge. Curiosity is a paradoxical nature leads to dissatisfaction. Curiosity seeks knowledge but is never satisfied. Curiosity's acquisitive nature becomes self-destructive, and curiosity is akin to greed. Okay. We'll take a minute and let's see if you can give me the answer to this one. All right, I'm getting answers. Okay, I've got a lot of 3s from Suhail, from Jeet, from Kushagra. Harshal's given me a 4. Jeet has given me a 3. Kushagra has given me a 3. Suhail has given me a 3. Apurva has given me a 3. Dandelion has given me a 3. Sahil has given a 4. Parvinder says 1. Suraj says 3. Surendra says 4. Mandira says 1. Let's take a look. So curiosity is driven by an endless quest for knowledge. Let's read this line again carefully. Okay. It says curiosity's reach always exceeds its possessive grasp. So curiosity is here, but it will try to go somewhere beyond, right? The reach is here. It is trying to reach here. It controls only this, but it will always try to go beyond. That is what this line is saying. Okay. Now, curiosity is driven by an endless quest for knowledge. Okay, I'll put a star on this one. It looks good. But is it an endless quest for knowledge? It might be, because it says always exceeds. This kind of says that it is going beyond its limit. Curiosity's paradoxical nature leads to dissatisfaction. No, there is no paradoxical nature that we're talking of. Curiosity seeks knowledge but is never satisfied. Yes, The reach is always exceeding its possessive grasp, so it is always going beyond. So this can be a good choice for us. Let's look at 4. Curiosity is acquisitive nature. Acquisitive means acquiring, not inquisitive. It is acquisitive. You're trying to get everything. Becomes self-destructive. How did we get this self-destruction? We did not. So therefore 4 is gone. Curiosity is akin to greed. It is similar to greed. No, it is not. So I'm eliminating option number 2, option number 4, and option number 5. I have only got option numbers 1 and 3 as part of my considerations set. So curiosity is driven by an endless quest for knowledge. Curiosity seeks knowledge but is never satisfied. Look at this. The reach always exceeds its possessive grasp. It is possessive. So there is that element of trying to control but not being able to control. So yes, that never satisfied is a better choice than being driven by an endless quest for knowledge. It is trying to control but is unable to control, right? So therefore, better choice between 1 and 3 will be 3. A very tight option. Please understand in XAT, the options are always tight. They form the options in such a way that you take time and you have to really look at the options very, very carefully. So yes, it is tight, but it is wonderful that way. So 3 better than 1. If I didn't have 3, I would have gone with 1. Okay. So therefore 3. All right. Let's do the next question. Which of the following best describes the theological criticism of wonder? Okay. It diverts people from their faith. It inflates pride and leads one away from God. It fosters doubt about religious beliefs. It transforms virtue into vanity. It pushes boundaries into forbidden areas. Which of these will be the correct answer? Yes, Kushagra. Very nice. Curiosity constantly seeks more knowledge but cannot ever fully attain it. Very good, Kushagra. All right, I'm waiting for this answer. You guys to give it to me. What was this theological criticism of wonder that we had? Should I take you back to the passage for a second? If you say, I will. Oh, you've already started giving me answers. Okay. Oh, I've got so many 2s. Okay, yes, the correct answer is 2. The passage also says this very clearly. So if you were to go back to the passage, it says, historically, theologians have criticized curiosity as a dangerous distraction. Augustine saw curiosity as a prideful vice driven by an insatiable desire for knowledge. This unquenchable thirst could divert attention from God and inflate one's sense of self-importance. So this is what your theologian says. So yes, curiosity inflates pride and leads one away from God, and that's your correct answer. It diverts people from their faith, yes, but also inflates pride. So this is incomplete. It fosters doubt. No, it doesn't foster doubt. We don't know. It transforms virtue into vanity. Again, we don't know. It pushes boundaries into forbidden areas. Again, which forbidden areas are we talking about? No. Go from the passage. This was very clearly from the passage. Okay. All right. Here's one more. This is a small passage based on some scientific concept. Okay. So again, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to read this. Yes, absolutely, Nitish. It is the perspective of Augustine, but because he is one of the theologians, we are taking that. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to remove myself from the screen. You read this and then we will discuss it. Okay. 2 minutes to read. All right, have you read it? Can you quickly give me a read in the screen, in the chat box? All right, long passes. You want to take 1 more minute? Take. I'll give you another minute. What's the spelling of red? All right, let's take a look at this passage. Very interesting one, very longish. Not very longish. This will be the longest length of the XAT RC. One or two of these will be this length. The others are slightly smaller. Okay, here you go. Which of the following can be inferred from the passage? That intelligence genes are a type of gene responsible for mental health disorders such as autism and schizophrenia. That cleverness and intelligence are superior or elite traits that only certain individuals possess. That existence of wealth inequality confirms a vast biological gap between different social classes. That genes do not operate in isolation but thrive by interacting and benefiting from each other. And that human intelligence is not connected to genetic factors. Okay. All right, guys. Once this RC is done, we'll take a look at some grammar questions because, of course, those two questions you will be able to strike. So I've tried to create questions which will be really helpful to you. All right, let's take a look at your answers. Oh, I've started getting my answers. Very good. 4 is the correct answer, you guys. Absolutely. Very nice. Absolutely. Let's take a look. Intelligence genes are a type of genes responsible for mental health disorders such as autism and schizophrenia. Cannot be inferred. Cleverness and intelligence are superior or elite traits that only certain individuals possess. Again, cannot be inferred. The existence of wealth inequality confirms this was absolutely false according to the passage. Genes do not operate in isolation but thrive by interacting and benefiting. Yes, this was something that we could have inferred. And human intelligence is not connected to genetic factors. Again, was not something that could have been inferred. So the only one that you could have inferred was option number 4. And that's your correct answer. All right, let's go to the next question. Here you are. Science will eventually solve most mental health problems is likely to be incorrect. Which of these explains why this idea is incorrect? So the one that will explain this. Is it that mental health disorders are incurable? Is it that evolution involves a complex balance of risk and rewards? Is it that the development of the mind is ongoing and always carries risk for mental health? Is it that the brain's intelligence capacity breaks down under evolutionary pressure? Or is it that mental health issues should be addressed through religion rather than science? Now, this is very interesting. Which of these says that this idea is probably incorrect? Okay. I started getting my answers. So evolution involves a complex balance of risks and rewards, but does that necessarily mean that science will be unable to eventually solve the most mental health problems? Are we saying that because of this? Because evolution involves a complex balance of risks and rewards, that's why science will eventually not solve most of the mental health problems? Are we saying that? But 2 doesn't answer my question. Yes, 1 and 5 we can eliminate. Religion, irrelevant. They're incurable, irrelevant. 2 doesn't answer my question. 2 is not a good answer. Now I'm only left with 3 and 4. Now if you want to go back to the passage, I can allow you to go back to the passage also. If you want to take a look. Yeah, see, Maverick, 3 does, however, answer how the persistent risk can cause mental health problem. But something causing a mental health problem does not necessarily mean that it will stop science from eventually solving most mental health problems. What is that thing that will stop science from eventually solving most of these problems? The correct answer for this question should be option number 4. Because if 4 is true, that the brain's intelligence capacity breaks down under evolutionary pressure, then clearly science will be unable to solve. Because if the brain's intelligence capacity is breaking down the minute there is evolution, then how will science be able to solve most of the mental health problems? It will be unable to. So therefore 4 is the one which, if true, will cause this statement to become false. Okay, and so the correct answer has to be only 4. Okay, yes, I will explain the question again, Mandira. Absolutely. Let's understand. It says, what explains why this idea is likely to be incorrect? What is the idea? That science will eventually solve most mental health problems. So we are saying that science will not eventually solve most mental health problems. Right? Now, this is the one that I'm trying to prove. That science will not solve most of the mental health problems. Why will it not be able to solve most of the mental health problems? Because the brain's intelligence capacity will break down under evolutionary pressure. So when evolution will happen, the brain will break down. Its intelligence will break down. If its intelligence will break down, will science be able to solve these mental health problems? It will not. Okay. And therefore, The answer has to be 4. Okay, Koshagra says, Vandra, I hope I've been able to explain the question to you better. Okay. Kushagra says 2 because evolution balances risks and rewards, so mental health disorders persist, making it unlikely that science will fully eliminate them. No, but it doesn't say fully eliminated. It says most mental health problems will be eventually solved, most of them. But the problem is if you're balancing risk and reward, how does that stop you from, how does that stop the mental health disorders from persisting? It does not, no? So my problem with 2 was a different problem. The intelligence will solve it, no? Science is coming from where? Science is not genetic. Science comes through intelligence, no? So if the brain's intelligence capacity breaks down, then how will science be able to solve it? Karthik, you understand what is science? The brain's capacity only, na? So intelligence will be breaking down. If intelligence breaks down, then will science or intelligence be able to solve most mental health problems? It won't. No, Kushagra and Karthik, there are 2 guys. So Karthik said something, I was just answering his question. Okay? All right. All right, let's go to the next question if we have another question. All right, there is one. Which of the following is not an inference that can be drawn from the passage? Wealth inequality results from biological differences. Writing ability is not a genetic trait. Adversity and stress contribute to the development of intelligence. Genes may depend on one another to evolve. And neoliberal view posits that science will eventually solve most mental health issues. Okay. Which of these cannot be inferred? I think I've got my answer in just 30 seconds of reading this. I think this was the easiest question in today's session, right? Just the very first statement is an inference that you cannot draw from the passage. The passage has clearly denied it, right? So therefore, the correct answer is option number 1. This is not an inference that you can draw. That wealth inequality results from biological difference. The author has very categorically denied this. So therefore, no. All right. Okay. Let's now come to a few grammar questions because I did want to discuss some grammar with you. So I know the easiest one today. That was my idea, Kushagra. Some questions have to be easy also. Not all the questions can be crazy difficult, no? All right. So let's read this. You have to find the sentence find the combination where all the sentences are grammatically correct. Okay. All right. Okay, I think the options have some error. So I will take you through the sentences and you can keep an eye out for the errors, okay? So I think there are some errors that probably somehow we've missed out on that. Okay, so neither of the girls, please understand neither is always singular. So with neither, you should always use a singular verb. So neither has will be the correct answer. Okay, neither has will be the correct answer. So A has an error. The committee, along with its chairpersons, are meeting tomorrow. Please understand it is the committee. And with that, because please understand that collective nouns may be plural. So our meeting is perfectly okay. So that's not a problem. Each of the players is responsible for their own equipment is correct. So that's not a problem. It was not her. We will always use she, the subject pronoun, in cases of sentences starting with it is, it was, it will be. Okay. So she. So it was she. So therefore D has an error. The children were playing outside, but everyone forgot their umbrellas will again be okay. Between you and me, this is our little secret. After a preposition, after anything, if there is an object, it has to be in the object case. So between you and me, not between you and I. So there is an error in this one also. So sentence A has an error, sentence D has an error, sentence F has an error. The ones that are correct are sentences B, C, and E. So then your answer will be it's our little secret is perfectly okay. Ha. Okay, my God, I don't know why I was thinking the options are incorrect. Okay, so BCE works. Okay. Yes, 2 is the answer. Absolutely. My bad. No, it is not necessary. Please understand that collective nouns can be singular as well as plurals. Okay. All right, here's the next one. Question number 15. Let's take a minute and read. Okay, let's read. Which of these combinations has all sentences grammatically correct? Let's take a moment and read it. All right, let's take a look at this one. Okay, so somebody have left their bag on the train. Please pay attention. Remember, each, either, neither, and each and every. These are always singular. Okay. Also, no, any, some, and every, when combined with one, body, or thing, are always singular. So when you say no one, nobody, nothing, anyone, anybody, anything, someone, somebody, something, everyone, everybody, everything, they're always singular. So that's okay. So somebody you will always use has. Okay. So therefore A has an error. The family was arguing among themselves. Family is one. It's always singular and therefore not among themselves, but among itself. Okay. about the property. The teacher instructed the students, including you and he, to focus on the project is perfectly correct. You is the object case. No, there is a problem here. He is not the object case. He is the subject case. So it should have been you and him. So therefore, C has an error. My bad. I don't know why I'm saying he is the subject case. Okay. He is the object case. Anyone who wants to participate must bring their own materials. Okay. So this one is okay. This is me who will handle the task. Okay. Again, this is with this is, can I use me? Very quickly, somebody tell me. Can I use me with this is? No. This is I. This is, we can use me. Yes, informally it is considered okay. So therefore this is me is okay. With it is, you will always use I. Okay. But this is okay. None of the advice were taken into consideration. None of the advice. Okay. Now the problem with none is, or with advice is, what is the problem? Advice is uncountable. Remember that. And therefore it has to take singular. It is singular in nature. Okay. And if it is singular in nature, then remember were will not work. It should be was. Okay. So I'll give you one thing. Some, none, any, all, and most. Okay. These 5 do not have any number. So the minute you have none of it, it becomes singular. The minute you have none of them, it becomes plural. Okay. So the none didn't have a number. The number came from advice. But because advice is uncountable, can I give you advices? No. So because advice is uncountable, so therefore none became singular. And therefore was. So the ones that had errors were A, B, C, and F. So that is why I told you that there are some questions which do have problems. So D and E are 2 sentences which are correct, but B has a problem. Okay. So none of the options here are perfectly correct. Yeah, I know. My bad. My bad. Yes. But I hope you've been able to understand the sentences. Okay, let's look at the next one. Here you go. Yeah, Nota works, Satvik. All right. Now, 1 year, what happened to me was, the answer was none of those because none of the options really worked. When I was making the question, I just made it and options pe dhyan nahi diya. Okay, now look for the one that has all incorrect sentences. In this one, in the previous sentence, I'll bring you back to that question later. Okay, Arya? Kushagra, there was no correct answer because the options didn't work. Okay? So I gave you all the correct statements. All right, let's take a look at this one. Very quickly, I arrived at the station in time for the train is correct. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Look at the second statement. She is fond with chocolates doesn't work. You are always fond of something. So you are fond of chocolates. So B has an error. There was a lot of discussion regarding the issue is correct. There's nothing wrong here. He was accused to stealing the money, accused of stealing the money. Okay. So D has an error. The children were playing in the park is okay. So which ones are incorrect? B and D are incorrect. Why am I writing B, E? B and D are incorrect. And so therefore your answer is going to be option number 2. Okay. All right. A is also incorrect. No, in time means no. Okay. Just a second. Let me quickly clarify this. If you have to reach somewhere at 5 p.m., this is the cutoff. Okay. And you reach at 4 p.m. You have reached in time. That means you still have time. If you have reached at 4:58, you have reached just in time. If you have reached at 5 p.m. exactly, you have reached on time. Please pay attention. Okay. If you have reached any time before this, you can also say you've reached before time. If you reach any time after 5, you can say you've reached after time. Okay. So therefore, in time for the train means that the train was supposed to go at 8:30. You have reached at some time before. Okay. So that's correct. I hope all these timing things you've been able to understand. Okay. Well, that's why class, Ayushi. So in time means there's still time. Like if your I am cozy code form had to go at 5 p.m. today and you sent it to me yesterday. So you sent it to me in time for me to read and review it. But if you sent it to me today like at 3 p.m., you have just sent it to me just in time. You get it? So that. You're welcome, Ayushi. All right. Let's go to the next question. So forgive my option errors. Just look at the questions and learn from that. Because I'm sometimes really clumsy at making the options. But I'll definitely make sure that the questions are very, very good. Okay? That's my goal. That you will learn something from this class. Well, अथर्व अब तो आज last date हो गया. So whatever you've done it. Whatever had to happen has happened. All right. Question number 17. Let's take a look. I'm looking forward to meeting you. Right? You look forward to something. What a beautiful phrase. Okay. They arrived at the airport by car. Okay. Appears okay. The book is on the table. Appears okay. She has a great interest in photography, not on photography. Okay. You have an interest in something. Okay. You show interest in something. Okay. The meeting will start in an hour. It's okay. Yes. So the sentences that were wrong were A and D. Yes. So therefore, choice number 2. Absolutely. I think most of you did get choice number 2. Correct? Yes. Other, don't say that. Maybe you missed out on something. These things happen. You still have XAT, no? XAT may just give you XLRI. That's like really, really good. Trust me. Better than IK. Okay. So don't feel sad. Be hopeful. Maybe you'll get something even better. I find XAT to be always a better exam, and a better college also. I'm just trying to make this text a little bigger so that you find it easier also. So, all right. You will get other calls, yaar, Atharv. Yeah, Kushagra, of course, you have to just work hard at this. So, Exam B is a good option. And then there are other colleges also. Plenty of other. SP Jain would also take from XAT. So that can also be a good choice. Tapni is also good. If you have Wellinger or KJ Somaya, then those are also good colleges. So you are good at something. Okay, I'm good at writing. Okay. I look good in jeans. Right? So therefore, your good in mathematics is incorrect. The essay was written with a pen. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. The shop is opposite to the bank, opposite the bank. That's okay. She went to the party without her parents' permission. Okay, no problems. I'm waiting since an hour. Can you use since for a period of time? Yeah, IMI, IMT also. Absolutely. Kushagra, it was taking till a couple of years ago. I'm not sure of this year. Please check. Okay, please make sure that you check the website. Okay, please remember since is used for a point of time. Okay, it's used for a point of time, and for is used for a period of time. Okay, so you don't use them interchangeably. So I have been waiting here since 5 p.m. That works. Okay, since 5 p.m. I've been waiting for an hour. Okay, so if you want to use since, you have to use a time. If you want to use for, then you have to use a period of time. Okay, I hope you got that. So the correct answer, what was the correct answer, guys? Yeah, waiting for the past hour. I'm waiting for an hour. Yeah. Since is yes, Jesslyn, absolutely. Since is always used for a specific time, never for a period. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next question. So the correct answer was, oh God, incorrect. All incorrect. So A and E. So option number 2. Okay. All right. So that was it. All right. Here's the next one. Let's read and solve. Okay, I've given you question number 19, guys. All right, let's take a look at question number 19. She is senior than him तो हो ही नहीं सकता है ना? So with senior, junior, inferior, superior, prior. Okay, you always use to and never than. At the inception of these words, they were comparative words. But then later, they changed into non-comparative words. So therefore, you cannot use than with senior. You have to use senior to him. Okay, she is senior to him. Okay. I hope you got that. Okay. The teacher is strict with her students is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There is no reason to panic. Okay. There is a reason to something. There is no reason to panic. Okay. He stood at the edge of the cliff is correct. Okay. They moved into a new house last week is correct. So sentence A and C are the ones that have errors. Right? Did I get that right, guys? Yeah, this was an easy one. All right, some questions have to be easy also. Let me bring back the horrible ones. And then you can sit and cry, ma'am, what have you done? Why are you giving us all this? Very easy. All right, let's take a look at the next question. Okay. All right, the book was written by Charles Dickens. He's jealous with his younger brother. Of course, jealous with will not work. I know that. He's jealous of his younger brother. The painting was hung over the fireplace. That is also okay, I think. There's no problem in that, Anna. She is capable of achieving great success is perfectly okay. The man accused her of stealing his wallet. You accuse someone of something, right? So you accuse someone of something. Therefore, E has an error. So B and E, both sentences have errors. That's your answer, option number 2. Did we get this, guys? Okay, B and E. Yeah, I think these questions are just too easy for you to solve. I'll have to bring back a few of the poem RCs, Anna. That's what my thought is. Kushagra is yes, yes. No, Kushagra, I wanted to do these questions. Why? I'll tell you. Because this is the type of questions you will get in XAT. So 2 questions I want everyone to get right. These 2. Okay? 100% accuracy. So therefore, do these questions so that you know, okay, this tiny error, this is how you will solve it. I'm very hopeful that you will all be able to do these very well. There are days when I'm extremely pained. Why? Because my Didi has come. And then she has to do the cleaning. And then she has to do this thing, cut, cut, and talk. And she doesn't understand the concept of not talking. So I'm like, I'm in a YouTube marathon, but Didi wants to talk. I tell you, life is very troublesome. Okay. So I see a lot of you have given me C as the correct answer. Yeah? Okay. Let me just check that. Okay. So the train will depart from the station at 5 a.m. sharp is correct. There's nothing wrong with this. He is addicted to watching cricket. So you are addicted to something. Right? So 2 is incorrect. They have been living in this house since, again, I know since there is a problem, since 2019 would have worked. The manager entered into the conference room to address the employees is perfectly okay. If you go from one space into another, you can definitely say into. That's not wrong. She's married to an engineer, not married with. So you are married to someone and not with. So there's a problem here. I will meet you at the library on Sunday afternoon is correct. There's nothing wrong with that. So the ones that are all correct are 1, 4, and 6. 2, 3, and 5 are wrong. They have errors. So yes, I think all of you got this one right. Did you? Yeah, Didi is more important, of course, Kushal. Don't you? Didi at work. You understand, na? Life has to go on. You need food. No, please don't take any risks here, Astha, Arya, sorry. There is plenty of time to do all the questions, okay? There is a lot of time, so take time. Okay, you have to do 40 questions in 170 minutes. So that's like 4 minutes per question, right? Of course, you won't take 4 minutes per question. You will take much less. So don't go crazy. Don't panic. Just take what time you need and do it. Okay? And also, please understand that there is no negative. There is no major negative on unattempted. Okay. Now, this is a very, very important thing that Arya has said. And I want to address that. Okay. Please understand what is the negative for leaving questions. Somebody tell me. What is the negative for leaving a question? Who will tell me? What is the negative for leaving a question? Someone tell me very quickly. Yes, no, not 0.8, Binsa. It is 0.1. Very good. So, let's say in the English section, out of 26 questions, I attempt 15 questions and I leave the other 11 questions. So for leaving these questions, I will have a minus of 1.1 marks. Okay, that's it. You get it? But because the first 8 can be left anyways, so that means it will not even be 1.1. It will be 0.3 marks. That will be my negative. Okay, you understand? For the whole exam, Okay, so the first 8 that you leave, you don't get penalized. The other questions you leave, you get 0.1 mark. So 10 questions you leave, you will lose 1 mark. 10 questions left, you lose 1 mark. Another 10 questions left, you lose another mark. So if you leave 20 questions, you're losing only 2 marks. You understand? So Understand this, that leaving is not the problem. When you get them wrong, it's 0.25 that you lose. So that means if you get 4 questions wrong, 4 wrong means you have lost full 1 mark. So what's better, to leave or to attempt? So if you leave or you attempt incorrectly, what is a better bet? Think and tell me. So the best thing is to leave unattempted. Don't try doing the questions just because there is time and there is negative. No, no, no. Please don't. Leave them. While guessing, not at all to be done. Do the questions that you're doing them right. Okay? Don't try to play around with your exam. It's too risky. Don't leave. Don't attempt incorrectly. Don't wild attempt. This is something that you should not do. You leave. Okay? There is less loss here. If you have still doubts, we have put out those so many reels related to this. The reels and shorts are there. Please check them, which talk about should you leave or should you attempt. Always leave, at least in XAT. Don't attempt. इतना मतलब smartness मत दिखाओ. Okay? All right. Let's go to the next question. No, overall questions. It doesn't matter if you've left them in a row or however. It's just all the questions that you have left. So the first 8 will be not counted and then the rest will be counted. So if you leave 28 questions, see, fun. If you leave 28 questions, the first 8 are eliminated. The next 20 are penalized, you lose 2 marks. Leave. There is no harm. Okay? All right, let's go to the next question. Here you are, question number 22. Guys, I hope you don't mind. I'm just having some tea as we go along. If you guys have tea, please carry it with you into class. I'm lucky I have Didi with me. I got a cup of tea. Yes, Kushagra, that's a smart thing. Very smart. Cheers, Sohail. Here's to some happy drinking of tea. Happy drinking of tea, I said, huh? Nothing else. Oh, my bad. My bad, my bad. I got it, Kushagra. Am I audible now? Am I audible now? So the match will begin at 3 p.m. At 3 p.m. I know, I'm sorry. There was once an entire class that I took like this. I did not notice. So sometimes this happens. All right. So therefore, I'm going to laugh and laugh and laugh. Okay. So what is the correct answer? Okay. She entered the room without. The teacher was angry on, so of course I know नहीं होना चाहिए. ठीक है. She entered the room without knocking on the door is correct. They're discussing about politics. You don't discuss about politics, you discuss politics. So 5 has an error. I have known him for many years is correct. Okay, now I'll tell you what. There is a problem, huh? That one, all the correct sentences. Oh, I know what my problem is. 4 and 6 are correct. Between 3 and 5, which of them can be used? 5 cannot be used at all. They are discussing about नहीं हो सकता है. ठीक है? She was angry with the students, angry on the students भी हो सकता है, but discussing about नहीं हो सकता है. So 5 we'll have to eliminate. So I'll go with 3, 4 and 6. Okay. Sometimes in informal usage, you can use angry on something. Okay. But discuss about just not works. So therefore, eliminate. Yeah, please retake it, yaar. Shubh, if you can get, why not? Exam also cut off you will make, na? But if you have filled up the form, there is no harm. I always say you should write as many exams as you can. There is never any harm. Sorry, my bad. Just let me go back to the previous question. The correct formation, they are discussing the new policies. Okay. They are discussing the new policies. About will not happen. Either you say they're talking about, or you will say discussing. Nothing, nothing. You don't use anything. No, that's incorrect because discuss means talk about. Okay. Shubh, I don't know. Please talk to the counselors. They're better equipped. The product team is better equipped to handle this. I don't know much about whether you will have any edit option. I can't say. I'm being very honest. This is something that I don't know. Talk to me about grammar, I will tell you. But all right, I'm waiting for your answers. All right, I've got so many answers. Okay, guys, I'm waiting for you. Okay, you have to identify the one with the incorrect sentences. The teacher congratulated the students for their success in the exam. Okay, the report provides detailed insights. Insight to the challenge or insight into, okay. The results are different than what we had expected. She's interested in learning about diverse cultures. He's capable of solving complex problems. Okay. So clearly 5 has an error. Okay. Now with 5, I can only check for 3 and 4. Right? Is my methodology correct? So 4 is correct. Yeah. 3 has a problem. So the one that is incorrect. Okay. So this is incorrect. So, okay, oh my God, I'm going to go crazy. This is incorrect. This is correct. This is correct. This is correct. So 3 and 5. Huh? Sorry. 3 and 5. That should be your answer. Yes. 3 and 5. Different from what we had expected. Different is not comparison. Nah? Than is used when you're comparing. So it is different from what we had expected. Than you always use when there is a comparison. So when you do use a comparison, use than. But anywhere else, don't use than. Okay? I am smarter than you are. I am prettier than you are. That's true, right? Yes, Apurva. Thank you, Apurva. Yes. Very correct. Very correct. All right. Very good. Let's go to the next one. Question number 24. I'm going to try and increase the size of the text so that it's better. Despite all my efforts to the contrary, sometimes we don't realize that the font has to be bigger. Oh, Arya, that was very fast. So you have to identify the incorrect sentences. All right, let's take a look. The child was accused of breaking a vase. So there's a problem here. She is confident of delivering a great presentation tomorrow. The dress is different from the one is correct. 3 is correct. He insisted on paying for dinner is correct. So 3 and 4 are correct. So I'm eliminating these two options. Okay. The principal congratulated the students for winning the competition. So 1, 2 and 5, all 3 are incorrect. Okay, my bad, guys. My apologies. Yeah, my apologies. Options 1, 2, and 5 are all incorrect. Okay. So, yeah. My bad. Huh? Like I said, sometimes I really miss out on creating the options. Yeah. So, yes, Sohail is given the best answer. AD. Cheers, Sohail. You've just absolutely rocked it. AD both. Yeah. AD. Absolutely. Wonderful. So I hope you understood why each one was wrong. All right. Question number 25. Here we are. Akanksha, in previous question, congratulate for is used. Okay, we'll go back and check. Okay. We'll definitely go back and check after this question. Okay, everybody is giving me B as the correct answer. Let me quickly check if B is the correct answer. You have to identify the one with the incorrect options. The manager apologized to the team for the misunderstanding. Correct hai, apologize to for the misunderstanding. Again, they're discussing about. So there's an error here. Okay. She is afraid of speaking in front of a large crowd. You're afraid of something in front of is correct. So this is correct. This is correct. 1 and 3 are correct. The scientist was accused of falsifying data is correct. He's excellent in solving. He's excellent at solving. So therefore, 2 is incorrect and 5 is incorrect. So yes. Okay. Yes. Absolutely. And this was your everybody's answer, wasn't it? Absolutely. Everybody got this right. Very nice. Okay, let's go to the next question. Okay, here's a question on punctuation. Spot the error. Okay, let's take a look. The menu includes salads, soups, and desserts. No, 3 and 5 are the same. No, they're not the same. Or if they are, then it's my fault, huh? On their success. You congratulate on something, not for. Okay. let's take a look now. Okay. Now, this question 26, it says the menu includes, then there is a semicolon, a comma, and a full stop, right? The second sentence does not have a semicolon or anything here, has a comma, has a full stop. Okay. The next one has a colon, then a comma, then no comma, and then a full stop. The next one has no colon, nothing here, no colon, no semicolon, nothing here. Salads, then there is no comma, then there is no comma, and then there is a full stop. And the last one, I'm just showing you the differences. There is a semicolon, then there is a colon, then there is a comma here, there is a comma here, and there is a full stop here. Okay, now, whenever you start a list, you can start it with a colon. Okay. So therefore, I'm going to erase the ones that are incorrect. Okay. So therefore, this one, and this one, these are incorrect. Okay. Because you're starting a list, you cannot use a semicolon. You cannot just start. So there are two choices that are left to me. But when I look at these two choices, what are the differences between choice 3 and choice 5? Let me see. So there is a comma here, there is a comma here. That's correct. There is no comma here, but there is a comma here. And then there is a full stop. The full stop remains the same. Now, if there is a comma before the and, okay, is that correct? This comma before the and is called the Oxford comma. Okay. It's called the Oxford comma, and we use it to separate things that are different. So I am having Pepsi, chocolate, and let's say chicken. Now these are three different things. So I'll put a comma after Pepsi, I'll put a comma after chocolate, and I'll put chicken here, and then a full stop. These are three different things. This is one, this is the second thing I'm having, and this is the third thing I'm having. Okay. Let's say I'm only having two things. I'm having Pepsi, and the second thing I'm having is idli and sambar. Now, because idli and sambar actually is one dish. Okay, so this is one dish, and this is the second thing I am having, idli and sambar. So I don't put the comma here. Okay, so I do not put a comma here. When I put a comma here, it means idli is a separate thing, sambar is a separate thing. But because idli and sambar is one dish, therefore I am not putting a comma here. So this is one unit, and this is the second unit I am having. Now, because soups and desserts are not one thing, they're not combined together, right? Okay, soups and desserts is not one thing. So therefore, you needed to have this comma here, okay? And that's why 3 is incorrect and 5 is the correct one. Did you understand this logic? Okay. Did you understand this logic of the Oxford comma, guys? I just made it so colorful. Yeah, 3 is not the best one. 5 is the best one. Okay. I'll repeat. I'll give you one more example. So, for example, I'll just give you one more example. So, for example, I say, I like many people or many things. And then I start my list. Roses, soda, okay, pastas, biryanis, let's say humor. No, I want to bring one dish together. Okay, I'll give you another one. Romeo and Juliet. The czars. Okay, now do you see this list of things that I've created? Okay, now among this list of things, Romeo and Juliet is one unit, correct? So therefore I have not put a comma after Romeo. I've just kept Romeo and Juliet. The minute I put a comma here, it would mean that Romeo is a separate thing and Juliet is a separate thing. So I have not put a comma here. Okay. Now see. Now how many units do I like? I like roses, soda, pastas, biryanis, Romeo and Juliet, czars and Italians. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things that I like. And not 8. Right? Got it? So when it is one thing, you don't have a comma. When it is two different things, you have a comma. Okay? So 3, there is no comma after soups. So soups and desserts is not one unit. And therefore, I'm not putting, that's an error. Okay? So this comma was required here. If you don't have a comma here, it's incorrect. Because soups and desserts is not one unit. These are two different things. All right, let's go to the next question, guys. I love this question. It is so beautiful and brilliant. Here's another one on punctuation. Okay. Read and solve. All right, you guys are giving me an answer. Some of you have already given me an answer. Oh, I'm getting 1 and 3, 1 and 3. Okay, why? Quickly give me the reasons. Who's saying 1? Who's saying 3? Why are you saying 1 and why are you saying 3? Again, see the difference between the sentences. Be very careful of these questions. Look at the differences. So the first thing that you need to pay attention to is that after she said, remember there has to be a comma. So she said something. Okay, you cannot have a colon. So eliminate 4. Then the quotation, open quote should start. Okay, so she said, I will meet you tomorrow. Okay, fine, that's correct. Okay, then the end quotes happen. Does the comma or full stop happen after the end quote or before it? It happens before. You don't put a comma here. No, you will put the comma or the full stop here, whatever you're putting. Huh? Okay, so therefore there is a problem in this. There's also a there's no problem here. There's no problem here. Okay, very good. There's no problem here. And there's no problem here. But where is the comma here? Where is the comma here? So that means I'm cutting out 3. I'm cutting out 5. I've already cut out 4. And between 1 and 2, I've cut out 1 also. So what option am I left with? Option number 2. And therefore, your correct answer is going to be 2. Okay? कोटेशन एंड होने के बाद कॉमा नहीं हो सकता. प्लीज एक चीज ये ध्यान रख लो सब लोग. आई राइट अ सेंटेंस हियर. शी सेड, then there should be a comma here, then open quotes, I am leaving, and there should be a full stop here, and then this, right? Then here there is no full stop. Okay, so the full stop comes inside. Okay, and therefore if you were to look at this question, I'm just erasing all of this again once more. So there has to be a comma here, here, here. So directly 3, 4 and 5 are eliminated. Is there no comma? This one. The open quotes happen in all the sentences. The punctuation should come inside the quote. Now, is it coming inside the quote here? No. So therefore, I have to eliminate 1. Is it coming inside the quote? Yes. So therefore, this is the only possible correct answer. Is that okay, everybody? Did you get it? What's it? I hope you've been able to see what's the difference between 1 and 2. कोटेशन मार्क के बाहर कॉमा या कोटेशन मार्क के अंदर कॉमा. अंदर होना चाहिए. ओके हाँ, तो कोट के पहले ही होगा कॉमा. इट विल नॉट बी बाहर. ओके, दैट्स समथिंग दैट यू नीड टू रिमेंबर. द पंक्चुएशन ऑलवेज कम्स बिफोर द क्लोजिंग कोट. एंड कोट जो होता है उससे पहले आता है पंक्चुएशन. ओके, ऑलराइट, चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे चलते हैं. इतने क्वेश्चंस हैं, 38 क्वेश्चंस हैं, हुए 28 हैं. चलो लेट्स डू दिस फिलर. अब फिलर्स तो थोड़े इजी हैं. सो आई एम मेकिंग योर लाइफ मच इजियर बाय गिविंग यू इजी फिलर्स. Because the end of the session, I want you to feel happy. I hope you've learned in the grammar session. I wanted you to do specifically the poems and the grammar portion very well, which I hope will help. So I'm hoping all of you will write lit AF for me at the end of the session, huh? God, I'm so naughty. Now you can also write Abhilasha ma'am rocks. All right, I'm waiting for your answers, guys. Okay, I'm waiting for your answers, guys. Oh. Everybody's giving me a 2, 3. Okay, some 2s, some 3s. Anyone else with a different answer? Guys, so many of you are here. Give me some answers. The rise of digital media has done to knowledge what mass production did to something. Okay. It has shifted the focus from something to accessibility. Okay. Ideas that were once treasured for their something now circulate as disposable content, reshaped by their something in the virtual marketplace. Oh, the rise of digital media has done to knowledge what mass production did to value, craftsmanship. Okay, craftsmanship can work, artistry can work, not meaning, to art can work. So I could go with 2, 3, and 4, I guess. Sorry, 2, 3, and 5, I guess. Yeah. So let me look. I'm eliminating 1 because I don't want value. I'm eliminating 4 because I don't want meaning. So it has shifted the focus from exclusivity to accessibility works. It has shifted the focus from scarcity to accessibility. But I'm talking about quality in terms of craftsmanship or in terms of, design goodness. So will I say scarcity? No. It has shifted focus from curation to accessibility. No, let me just eliminate this. So yes, my best answer then has to be, oh, I am looking at 3 also. Precision to accessibility. No, I don't want precision to accessibility. I'm going to eliminate 3 also. So my best answer, guys, craftsmanship, exclusivity, authenticity, and relevance. I think all of you got this one right, and you got it right faster than I did. So yeah. All right, very good. Let's go to the next one. Here you are. Let's take a look. Question number 29. What's your correct answer? Oh, yes, Pratyush, definitely. You can definitely say that the day you get a higher percentile or the day you get my gray hair. All right. I think you have so many of you are giving me answers. 3, 3, 3. Everybody's giving me a 3. Okay, let's quickly take a look. In literature, the narrative voice performs the dual role of observer and what? So there is a dual role of observer and guide. No. Arbiter, someone who, okay. No. Mediator, okay. Authority, okay. Architect, creator, no. I don't want architect. I can go with mediator and authority. Let me look at the second one. It translates the chaos of events into a structured order, coherent order. Okay. Creating meaning where none seems to exist. However, the strength of the interpretation or the weakness of the interpretation lies in its inherent subjectivity, which is inevitably influenced by the author's perspective. Oh, this is very interesting, huh? So if you have the authority, I'm thinking about my answer. What should my answer be? In literature, the narrative voice performs the dual role of observer and authority. If it is authority, then it translates the chaos of events into a coherent order, creating meaning where none seems to exist. However, the weakness of interpretation, no, we don't want to say weakness of interpretation. The strength of the interpretation lies in its inherent subjectivity. Because it is inherently subjective, because it is in interpretation. So I want to use the word strength here. And if I want to use the word strength here, then I have to take option number 3 as my answer. So yes, guys, 3. Absolutely. Yes, but the rest of the blinds will not fit with arbiter. Okay. Colored means it's always negative. So therefore you don't want to use colored, right? All right, let's look at the next one. Binsa is very happy. She's just given herself a medal. All right, here's the next one. So these single line type of questions came in XAT last year. So they gave you one single line with multiple words missing. Prior to this, they used to give you a paragraph of sorts, 3-4 lines at least. So last year they were like single liners and 2 of those. Okay. Arbitrary means something that's unclear. Oh, wonderful, Binsa. So everybody got a trophy from Binsa. Okay, question number 30. We are just waiting for you to give me the correct answer. All right. Oh, Priyam, Arya, Suhail, Kushagra, Palak, everybody's given 1. Vedang also says 1. Vedang, is that 1 out of 4 correct, or is that just 1? All right. As something progressed, it led to innovation that transformed the way, altered the way, restricted no, enhanced no, distorted no, transformed or altered the way we communicate and reshaped the boundaries of human dynamics, of course. Yes, 1, very clearly. There cannot be any other answer here. It has to be 1. Yes, reshape the dynamics, the equation, right? The boundaries cannot be reshaped, right? And therefore, no. All right. Last 5 minutes. So I think I'm going to stop all the questions now, guys. If you have any questions that you wish to ask, quickly ask me. Because Naveen sir will also be online in another 5 minutes. If you have any questions, any doubts, please ask. Okay, very interesting question that this one is saying. Ma'am, यहाँ तो correct हो रहे हैं, वहाँ पे क्या होगा? Well, यहाँ पे correct हो रहे हैं तो वहाँ पे भी होंगे, but उसके लिए तुम्हें काम करना पड़ेगा. मैम क्या करेंगी? What can I do? All I can do is help you here, which I hope I have, right? I've given you a good amount of guidance. I've told you how to do these questions, right? Arya, we just going to start with Naveen sir. He's going to do a good revision with you guys. तो quants बिल्कुल अभी करो, ठीक है? So प्रत्युष, very important question. यहाँ correct हो रहे हैं, XAT में होंगे या नहीं? बिल्कुल होंगे. Remember, you have 4 minutes per question. Take your time and solve. Okay. So video to brush up quant just now. After 5 minutes, Naveen sir will be online. He will help you. Mandira has a very good question and I want to answer that. You please carry a transparent water bottle. Okay. Carry your admit card, carry your ID. Don't carry anything else. They don't let you take anything else into the center. If you have your car keys or something, then take a bag and keep it. But trust me, you'll just have to leave it outside. Okay, most centers don't have any place to keep anything. They will not allow you to take that transparent folder to keep your admit card also. So just take that admit card. They will not allow you metal hair clips, hair bands, anything. Just a plain rubber band in your hair. Please don't wear any jewelry, no rings, no kada, no earrings, no nose rings, nothing. Okay, they will make you take it off. Don't wear very thick jackets, don't wear very metallic shoes. Try and wear some easy chappals or something which will make your life easy there. Okay, so those are the things that you carry to the center. Kushagra says in the last days you can revise PYQs and mocks. Bilkul. PYQs kar lo, best hai. Okay. How many marks will be enough? Ideally, I would want you to score at least 50% of the section. So if the section is 26 marks, then you get 13 marks at least. 10 marks should ensure that you will be able to crack the cutoff. Okay. आयुषी एंजाइटी की जरूरत नहीं है. यू आर प्रिपेयर्ड. ऑल यू नीड टू डू इज कीप अ कूल माइंड. कैट में एंजाइटी थी, टाइमिंग की इश्यूज थी. यहाँ पे टाइमिंग का उतना इशू नहीं है. यू हैव टू कंट्रोल योर टाइम. सो दैट्स समथिंग दैट यू नीड टू डू. थैंक यू सूरज फॉर दिस. लास्ट डे tips to improve RC. Surendra, what you need to do is choose your RCs carefully. Look at the questions, then look at the RCs and then choose them. Value of X, is it worth taking NMAT just for TAPME? If that is one of your choice colleges, then why not? If it is not, then why? Okay. DM का भी होगा. DM का क्या होगा? DM का कुछ नहीं होगा. DM खुद से करो. बढ़िया करा दिया था हम लोगों ने. सारे मॉक्स के DM के क्वेश्चन रिवाइज कर लो और लास्ट 5 इयर्स के DM की PYQs. अगर मॉक का टाइम नहीं है तो PYQs जरूर रिवाइज करो. ठीक है. कुशाग्र, व्हाट वाज योर क्वेरी? मैंने आंसर कर दिया है कुशाग्र. अथर्व, don't do anything. Just go to the exam center, read the passage carefully and answer the questions. Ideal attempts, I've already said that you should do around 15-16 questions. Okay. Thank you, Aryan. That lit AF was really needed. Okay, also guys, so we are going to be doing something very interesting, one experiment tomorrow. Not tomorrow, after the XAT exam. So we are going to be doing 2 simultaneous analysis, one in English and one in Hindi, though I wonder what will I do in the Hindi analysis, but I guess I'll just be talking in Hindi and discussing the paper. So I will be there, GP sir will be there, Gautam Bava will be there, Naveen sir and Shashank sir will also be there. So please do join the XAT analysis on the 5th of Jan, 8 p.m. That gives you enough time to travel back from your center to your home, have a cup of tea, eat a bite, and then join us 8 p.m. sharp. Yeah, that's it. And all the best. Now I will see you on Sunday at 8 p.m. with all the things that we would have done for XAT. Okay. So best of luck, guys. Do your best. Remember to keep a very cool mind. That's the most important thing with this exam. And do enough questions. Okay. Relax and chill. 224 TAPME, I think थोड़े से और निकाल लो तो अच्छा ही रहेगा. ठीक है. Thank you guys. Bye bye. You have 253 in NMAT. Sectional नहीं होगा तो नहीं होगा NMAT में. They will require sectionals. 250 245 पे भी निकल सकता है, but sectionals clear होने चाहिए. So if sectional is not clear, then you will not get a call to NMAT, to NMIMS Mumbai. That's for sure. Thank you guys. When will you get the NMAT percentile? यार मुझे नहीं पता है. अब please नवीन सर से पूछो. Now that he is online. Hi sir. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening, ma'am. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm good. आप बताइए.
चलिए. बस बढ़िया. 3 घंटे से बच्चों की मैंने जान ले रखी थी. अब आपके हवाले. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. Okay, bye bye. All the best for that. I'm dropping off now.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. So, welcome to the XAT marathon. We'll be doing QADI. Okay. So, here we go. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Kushagra, Ayushi, Shupra, Parvinder, Harshal. Good evening, good evening. So, uh, I hope the preparation is going on pretty well for each one of you, and you guys are giving your best. Whether the XAT exam went well for you, or whether the CAT exam went well for you or not, whether NMAT went well for you or not. But it is important that you take XAT seriously. And people who have not done very well in CAT, it's not necessary that your XAT is going to be problematic, or you will not score there. Is my voice clear? Am I audible? Okay, great. So let's begin. So as ma'am, right 2 minutes ago, she said that please do catch us live on 5th of Jan at 8 p.m. We'll be having 2 simultaneous live analysis of that. One will be in Hindi, another one will be in English. Okay, so mark your calendar. Let's begin. So the first, okay, so it's a DI. So what I will do is I'll give you a question and I'll wait for 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, something like that. In the meantime, you guys can go ahead and attempt it. Of course, I'll have to wait for that much time, because it's not English where you read quickly and do the comprehension, right? So you can take your time. So Kushagra, if you panic during the exam, so I believe that's all exam temperament, right? It's all about exam temperament. So if you have, I know that you have written a lot of mocks, right? So we do not have enough time, but you should have written mocks after visiting one of our centers or going to a public library and attempting the exam there. You need to get well adjusted to the environment, a lot of people around you. Maybe sit with a few of your friends together and write the mock, so that you see that others are also trying or attempting the same thing as you are. Yeah, good evening, Pranav. Parvinder, either increase your accuracy or increase your speed. So if your accuracy is not improving, then you have to attempt more questions. And when you attempt more questions, the moment you are trying to score more than 10 marks, it means you are going to tackle moderate or difficult questions of that, which generally are from DS, geometry, PNC probability, and maybe a couple of questions from numbers concept. So you need to decide which out of these you need to, brush up your concepts and practice more. That's the only way to improve score beyond 10. Yeah, same here, Kushagra. I hope you do well in that. Okay, answer. No one? Only Kushagra? Okay, so let's see. So we have got A, B, C, D, and E are 5 persons employed to complete a job W. Line graph given below shows the data regarding the time taken by these persons to complete the job W. Table given below shows the actual time for which every one of them worked on the job W. However, these two pieces of information are available. All the persons worked on the job W for whole number days. So whole number means it can be 0 and more. So 0 along with natural numbers. And two jobs P and Q are similar to job W and require same effort as required by job W. Now, this table is about working on the job W. The question is about working on a job P, which is same as job W. So this is the table that is not to be used while solving this question. It's only the line graph that is required, right? So what we will do is we can use fractions, that's unitary method, or we can assume the total work to be a variable, to be a number of your choice, or we can choose that to be the LCM of the days that we see. So if I want the total work, what I will do is I will take the LCM of all the days by these people. So since Eknath is not here, so we can ignore Eknath, right? So what we can do is we can take that of A, C, B, and D, right? So A is 10, B is 12, C is 15, and D is 18. So the LCM of these numbers is going to be such that they are multiples of all of that. So 90 will not do. 180. Okay, so what would be the efficiency of A? It's going to be 180 by 10, that is 18. What would be the efficiency of B? It's going to be 180 by 12, that is going to be 15. Efficiency of C, 180 by 15, which is 12. And efficiency of D is going to be 180 by 18, which is going to be 10. Now, as per the question, A and C worked on job P working alternatively for 10 days. So that's like A worked for 5 days. So 180 units has to be done, right? And C worked for 5 days. So this is 18 into 5 and 12 into 5, right? After that, B and D together worked for X days. So B and D, that is 15 plus 10, they worked for X days. And then it says 1/36th of the job is still left. 1/36th of 180. That means 5 units of work is still left. What is the value of X? Please solve the value of X from here. Right, a lot of you are getting the answer. Good, Antra, Palak, Shubhra, Parvinder. So this is basically 30 into 5, which is 150. So 180 minus 150 is 30. 30 minus 5 is 25. And 25 divided by 25 is 1. So you will get the value of X as 1. That's it. So some of you were struggling, most likely because you were trying to incorporate or use that table in this particular question. You had to read it carefully. That table is only when we are dealing with the work W. If you are dealing with any other work, any other job, which is similar to W, that table is not at all required. All good? Next question. If E has been brought in a question, we will take the LCM of duration of E as well, which I believe is 180 is sufficient for, 180 is actually the LCM of all the 5 people. So it's going to be all good. That was quick. Good, Harshal. Good, Antra. I'm not saying that the answer is correct, but kind of okay. The time that you guys have taken. Okay, Shubhra, good. So everybody is getting D. Everybody, as in all the people who have answered so far. So that's D. Others? So total work, since we have already calculated in the previous one, in the previous question, total work we have taken as 180. Efficiency of A is 18. Efficiency of B is 15. Efficiency of C is 12. Efficiency of D is 10. Efficiency of E is going to be 9. Now, these 180 units is what they are supposed to complete. E worked on job Q, which is the same amount of work, which is 180 units, for 5 days. So that's 9 into 5. And the remaining job was completed by A, B, and D. A, B, and D, who worked on alternate days starting with A, followed by B and D in that order. So A worked, then B worked, and then D worked. Find the number of days Bhima worked for. So this is how it should continue, right? Until the entire work gets over. So here what we will see is we have got A, B, D, fine. So 180 minus 45, which is going to be 135, that has to be finished in accordance with this is 43, then another 43, and then another 43. This will continue, right? So how many times 43 is required to reach up to 135? So basically, if we follow this cycle for 3 times. So basically, A worked 3 times, B worked 3 times, and D worked 3 times. This overall will give us 129, right? And then we have got 6 more units of work left, which will be completed by the person who started among these 3. So which is going to be A. So he's going to take some part of his day, not the entire day, because he can complete 18 units in a day. So basically, the cycle will continue for 3 days, 3 times. So that means B is going to be working for 3 days, D is going to be working for 3 days, A is going to be working for a little more than 3 days. Since we are asked about Bhima, the second person, it's going to be simply 3 days, right? Next one. Good. Parvinder, Shubhra, Dipti, Palak, Mandira. So it's like everyone got the answer at the same time. So no one is way ahead than others, but a group of you are definitely ahead than other people. See, let's see. So we were talking about work job W here. If you're talking about job W, which means we will have to include both the line diagram as well as the table, right? The previous questions were not about job W, so that's why the table was not required. Here, we are going to use the table. As in, how many days A, C, and E are going to work in the given conditions? It's already mentioned. It's B and D is what we are not aware of. So total 180 units of work has to be finished. A is going to work for 2 days. B is going to work for 4D days, working at the efficiency of 15. C is going to work for 3 days. D is going to work for 3D days, working at the efficiency of 10, and E is going to work for 2 days. These 2, 3, and 2, they have come from the table. I hope you guys are able to understand that. So from here, this is going to be 18 into 2, 12 into 3, 9 into 2. So this is 36, 36, 72. 72 plus 18 is 90. So 90 units we need, which is going to give us 60D plus 30D, which is 90D. That results in D being 1. Now we are asked find the difference between the number of days Bhima and Deepa worked. So we are basically asked what is 4D minus 3D. So 4D minus 3D is nothing but D, and the value of D we have just figured out is 1. So the answer is going to be C. You can see that when we do not use unitary method, but rather if we take total work to be the LCM of durations and efficiencies accordingly, the equation is just one that you have to solve. But you have to write the equation carefully. Whatever they tell you in whichever process in whichever order they tell you the people are working. If you follow it, it's not a difficult thing. So time and work questions are relatively easier as compared to other topic questions. Okay, next one. Fine, give this a try. There is a very good hint in the question itself. Anybody who would like to give it a try without using pen, without solving, without writing down anything? Can you guess which option could be the answer? Pay attention to the kind of values written in the question. Or you can figure out as to which all options could not be the answer. Right. So any particular option which is not a multiple of 11 is most likely not the answer. So the answer is going to be either option A or D, which is 22 or 11. All you have to do is pick one of the two options, start from there. You will see the pattern, as in you will see the answers or the values that you are getting if it matches with the conditions given in the question. If it does, great, that's your answer. If not, the other option is your answer. So use such tricks to increase your speed. Okay. I believe you guys have solved enough number of questions to come up with this trick or the logic, common sense. That's how numbers behave. So 33 is a multiple of 11, 22 is a multiple of 11. So I am taking a bet. I'm taking a guesswork here. I'm like B, C, E के options होने के chances, answers होने के chances next to 0. It's either A or D. I'll choose one of them. Okay. Let's start with the smaller number 11. If this matches with everything, great. This is our answer. Otherwise, I'll mark 22. Okay. So how do we generate revenue? It's number of people, right? Let's denote that by N into the cost per ticket, right? Let's call this as C. Instead of T, let's take that as C. And this is given as 3,300, right? So since we are asked find the number of tickets sold, so I'm saying if the number of tickets sold is same as number of people, of course. So if there are 11 people, the cost of the ticket is going to be 300. I hope this makes sense. Now it says if 22 more tickets were sold, as in instead of 11, if we now have 33 people. So if I want the 3,300 as in the same revenue, 33 into what is 3,300? It's into 100. Each person would have got a discount of 200. Is it a discount of 200? Discount means does it decrease by 200? It does, right? So how many tickets were sold? So it is going to be 11. If 11 would not have worked out, I'll straight away mark 22. So D is our answer, right? Do not write down the equations, open it up and then solve. Okay, nobody is going to look at your steps. Nobody is going to look at whether you solved it, how maths is supposed to be solved. We are not appearing for school or college exams. It's competitive, right? Next one. Huh, Kushagra? I mean, if you can write down the equations and then select the options, that will be, I'll not say it will be a faster process, but it will be a process where the chances of making mistakes, it decreases to a great extent, because you have the equations right in front of you. So you're not, visualizing something, or you're not dreaming about some equations. Makes sense. Okay. Harshal, Shubhra, two people have answered. Good. That was quick. Three people. We have to do the addition, sum of which things, what values, what terms. So the one of them is the square of a number n. So n square. We need to add this with someone, and it's reciprocal. So its reciprocal will be 1 by n. This is thrice, 3 times the difference. Difference of what? The square of the number and its reciprocal. So the square of the number and its reciprocal, or we do not know which one is the larger one, right? It could be n square is the larger one, or maybe 1 by n is the larger one. So we have got two cases. So what I will do is I'll first of all solve this one. If we rearrange this, we will have 3n square minus n square, which is 2n square, and 1 by n plus 3 by n, which is going to be 4 by n. And this results in n cube is equal to 2. Right? We need to find out what is the sum of the cube of each of the possible values of the number. There is a hint. If it is talking about possible values, most likely you are supposed to get at least 2 answers or 2 cases. At least 2 cases, right? So, ek to 2 aa gaya. Let's see what do we get when we equate the 3 times of 1 by n minus n square with the LHS. So now if we rearrange, we will have minus 3n square plus n square. I mean, when it goes to the other side, we get 4n square. And 3 by n minus 1 by n is going to be 2 times of 1 by n. So basically, we are going to have n cube is equal to 2 by 4, which is 1 by 2. So we get 2 different values of n's cube. So their sum is going to be 2, 1 by 2, which can be written as 5 by 2. So 5 by 2 will give us C option. Right? Another way to look at it is if I'm replacing n square by 1 by n and 1 by n by 1 n square in this particular equation. So if you get 2 as one of the values, the other should be 1 by 2. Right? So C is the answer and not E, as most of you answered. Okay, next one. Kushagra, there are two values of n cube, right? So you were asked to find the sum of them. So you'll have to add both the values. 2 is not the only answer. Okay, so looks like you guys normally struggle with sequences in series. Is that so? So we are told that there is a geometric progression whose first, second, and third terms, they are distinct. That means the common ratio, that is R, is not 1. It has to be something else, more than 1, less than 1, negative. We don't know that. They are equal. to the first, 10th, and 28th term, respectively, of an arithmetic progression. If the first term of either progression is 17, find the fifth term of the geometric progression. So I will show you how to solve it using two ways, two approaches. The first is proper solution. It's not a difficult one. So the first term is 17 for that GP, and for arithmetic progression also it is 17. Remember, this is the first term. Second term is, let's say it's 17R, and the third term is, let's say, 17R square. When it comes to AP, the first term is 17. The 10th term is going to be 17 plus 90. So this is equal to this is equal to this. And 28th term is going to be 17 plus 2070. So we are told that these pair of terms, they are equal. So basically we are told 17R is equal to 17 plus 90. And then we are also told 17R square is equal to 17 plus 2070. So we have to either get rid of the variable R or D, right? Which one do we need to get rid of? It depends what is being asked. Are we asked something about AP or GP? If something about arithmetic progression is asked, that means we need to get rid of R. If something about geometric progression is asked, that means we need to get rid of D. We are asked the fifth term of the GP, that means D ko gayab karne ka. How can I get rid of D is, can we write this as 17 R minus 1, as in bring the 17 from RHS to LHS so that this becomes 90. And from here, can we do the same thing, but we'll be getting R square minus 1, which is equal to 2070. Now, let's call this first equation. Let's call this second equation. If I do second divided by 1, what will happen is D will vanish. That was our intent. So we will have 17R square minus 1 upon 17R minus 1 is equal to 27 upon 9. So our LHS 17 is gone. RHS, this is 3 times. Also, R minus 1 will get cancelled out. Why? Because R minus 1 is not 0. As in R is not 1. It's given that they are distinct, right? So when this vanishes, we get R plus 1. So basically, we get R plus 1 is equal to 3, or we get R is equal to 2. So we know the common ratio. We know the first term. We can calculate any term of this GP, right? Since we are asked to calculate fifth term, this is given as AR to the power 4. I believe you guys are aware. So this is 17 into 2 to the power 4, which is 17 into 16. Now 17 into 16 is 16 plus 1 into 16, or 17 into 17 minus 1. Any way that you feel like. And also, if you look at it, it should be in 200s. There is only one option which is in 200s, D, right? Okay. Another way to solve this is using the options. We know that we are dealing with GP and we are asked to find out the fifth term. The fifth term should look like AR to the power 4, where A is already known. The first number is already known. And we need R to the power 4. Use options. If this is going to be 136, what is R to the power 4 going to give us? It's going to be 136 divided by 17. That gives us 8. R is irrational. Now, there is a gut feeling that when you come across questions like these in competitive exams, if they give you common ratio as irrational, great. If they don't, do not expect complicated answers. Okay, you guys have, I mean, most likely you guys have written at least one of the NMAT or CAT exams, SNAP also. You guys know this, right? So this will not make sense. If I treat this as 544, so I will have R to the power 4 as 32. So my RHS should be something to the power 4, right? If I treat this as 1377, so I'll get R to the power 4 as, this is going to be 81. Now this is 3 to the power 4. Once you get this, you will have to put it back and verify it once. Okay, so C could be the answer as of now. If I write 272, so I'll get R to the power 4 is equal to 272 by 17, which is going to give me 16, which is 2 to the power 4. So using options also, you can solve it if you do not know how to proceed. I hope this makes sense. Right? Okay. 4352 is going to be much more. It's not something to the power 4. Okay. Next one. Good, Parvinder? Good. So we have a square which is A, B, C, and D, right? And we have to draw an equilateral triangle ABE. So this is equilateral triangle ABE. That has to be drawn inside the square ABCD. So important thing to remember is that these all segments, they are of equal length. Since we are asked to find out the ratio, you can treat that to be any number of your choice. You can take side to be anything. You can take it to be a variable or a value of your choice. It doesn't ever matters, right? So I'm going to take the side as 2. This entire thing is going to be 2. Now we are asked to find out the ratio of the area of triangle CDE. So basically we are supposed to join CE and then we are supposed to join DE, and that of area of triangle ABE. So the area of this dotted region to ABE, which is the area of this undotted region. So the equilateral triangle basically. Okay. So what is the height of this equilateral triangle? It is given as √3 by 2 times its side. So this is √3. This entire side is of length 2, out of which √3 exists here. So what will be the height of this triangle? It's going to be total length minus the length that we have removed. Now, what is the area of triangle CDE? It's half into base. Base is 2 into height. Height is 2 minus √3. And what is area of triangle ABE? You can directly write √3 by 4 side square, or you can do half into base into height. And height is √3. You are asked to calculate the ratio. You will realize that half and 2 is common. They literally played no importance. So we have 2 minus √3 whole divided by √3. Looking at the options, we need a 1 or a 2 somewhere. So let's divide √3 separately, and this is what we get. See, I believe after looking at this solution, you guys were like, it was pretty easy. Why did it not strike you? Most likely, you guys were not able to come up with the answer quick was because you were trying to figure out the angles or something. If you're coming up with angles 75 degrees, 15 degrees, something like that, whose sine, cos, tan you are not aware of, it means you are going the wrong way. Make sense? Okay. Another one. Very simple question. Come on. It's like one of the easiest questions that we have tonight. Okay. So good. A lot of you are able to answer, but I'm not sure whether it's a correct answer or not. So we need to comprehend the word problem, very nicely. Otherwise, most likely we'll make a mistake here. Bit 2 has a bag full of chits. Each chit has a number written on it from 1, 5, A, 9, where A is a value between 5 and 9. So it could be a 6, it could be a 7, or it could be an 8. Now, bit 2 picks chits one by one from the bag without replacing them and multiplies the numbers on the chits. When he finishes multiplying the numbers from all the chits, the final product is 72,000. Then how many chits with the number A written on them were in the bag? So if we have 72,000 and if we pick chit which has 1 written on it, so we'll divide it by 1. This is the product of the numbers written on the remaining chits. Now, division by 1 will happen many times, right? It won't change the product. Let's go to 5 now. 72,000, if it is divided by 5, this is going to be, so basically what I will do now is I'll prime factorize 72,000 to make the calculation easier to understand. So 72,000 is going to be 2 to the power 3, 6, 3 square, and 5 cube. This is the prime factorization of 72,000. So 2 to the power 6 into 3 square into 5 cube. So how many chits with the number 5 written on it should exist? So that we have, when we multiply them, we will eventually have 3 5s. So this should happen 3 times, right? One by one, we will be able to get rid of 5, right? And eventually we'll be left with just this. Next turn is that of 9. So the values that we are aware of, let's get rid of them. So when we divide it by 9, we will be left with only 2 to the power 6. Now, 2 to the power 6 when divided by A, where A is going to be one of these numbers. What number could A be out of 6, 7, and 8, which divides 2 to the power 6? Right. It is supposed to be 8. So if we divide it by 8, we will be left with 2 cube. And if we divide 2 cube by A again, we'll be left with 1. We cannot further divide it. So this number A, which is 8, how many chits did we have? 2. Good. A lot of you were able to rectify your answer. The answer is B. It's not more than 4. It's not the number that they're asking. It's rather they're asking that number is there how many times in the bag. So basically the question was 2 to the power 6 into 3 square into 5 cube, where 5 cube will be taken care by the 5. 3 square will be taken care by 9. This is something should be taken care by A. And A is a value 1 among 6, 7, or 8. So 2 to the power 6, you cannot divide it by 6 or 7. So it has to be 8. How many times can you do that? 8 is 2 cube. You can do it twice. So there are 2 chits. Okay. Next one. Some of you, the moment you guys saw the word probability, you guys may have given up. So let me give you a hint. This is not a question based on probability. This is rather a question based on ratios. So if you understand ratios, it's a very simple question. And obviously, very basics of probability. नहीं तो अगर डर गए तो फिर तो कुछ नहीं होगा. Good, Parvinder. Good, Shubhra. Not because I don't know if your answer is correct or not, but it's about being able to answer so quick. Okay, Kushagra. Okay, Tanishka. Right, Binsa. Okay, Kanishka. Okay, Palak. Chalo, let's see. So we have got oranges and apples, right? The probability of randomly choosing fruit from the basket being an orange is 1 by 3, right? So if probability of choosing an orange is 1 by 3, so the numerator tells us how many oranges we have, and the denominator tells us total how many fruits we have. Total fruits here would mean the total fruits here are, let's say, 3x, out of which the number of oranges is x, so the apples would be 2x, because total fruits is 3x. Now, it tells us that when 4 apples are added to the basket, that means the number of apples now becomes 2x plus 4. The number of oranges, of course, stayed the same. The probability of choosing an orange becomes 1 by 4. So the probability of now choosing an orange becomes 1 by 4, which is the number of oranges divided by total number of fruits, which was 3x earlier. Now it's 3x plus 4. Now, if we cross multiply, we will have 3x plus 4 is equal to 4x. And from here, we will get the value of x is equal to 4. We are asked how many fruits were there in the basket originally. Total number of fruits in the basket were 3x, which is going to give us 3 into 4, which is 12. C is our answer. Right? So basically, the usage of ratios and not much. Simply, we are saying that 1 by 3, sorry, we are being said x by 3x. When I add 4 to the denominator, it becomes 1 by 4. This is what the question is basically about. So you can see that if I increase the denominator by 4, my denominator increases by 1 from 1 by 3, right? So that means each unit is 4. So 3 units will be 12. Basically, if you use ratios concept, this is what had to be done. Okay. Another one. It is very important to know the meaning of the word complementary. So the distance between two pillars is 120 meters. So this is the distance, which is 120 meters. The height of one pillar is thrice the other. So if this height is h, then the other's height is going to be 3h. The angles of elevation of their tops from the midpoint of the line connecting their feet. So if I take the midpoint, says that this is 60 meters and this is another 60 meters. And if I happen to join the top, the angle that it makes, they are complementary. Complementary, what does complementary mean here? Complementary means that their sum, or the sum of the angles, is supposed to be 90 degrees. Okay, so basically if this angle is going to be theta, this angle is going to be 90 minus theta. Basically this angle between them is 90. This is what is known. So we need to find the height of the taller pillar. How to proceed? The hint is here, √3. In which type of right angle triangle, with what angles do you get √3 as one of the sides of that right angle triangle? It happens when we are dealing with 30, 60, 90 right angle triangle. So if this is 30, this is 60, opposite to 30 if it is A, opposite to 60 it's √3A, and opposite to 90 it's 2A, right? So 30 and 60, these are the angles. So use a bit of common sense and tell me which is the value of theta. What is the value of theta? Is it 30? Is it 60? Be careful. You have to put theta such that the other angle, complementary angle of it, should be higher, as in it should move upwards, so that we get a higher, more height. Theta should be 30 and this should be 60. Let's see now. So this angle is basically going to be 60 degrees and this angle is going to be 30 degrees. So opposite to 60, if we have opposite to 60 degrees, if we have 60, then opposite to 30 degrees, we are going to have 60 upon √3. Here opposite to 30, if we get 60, then opposite to 60, this is going to be 60 √3. Is 60 √3 3 times of 60 by √3? Of course, it has to, right? It's not going to work necessarily on 45, 45, right? If you think about it, 45 will not make any sense. So that √3 gave us a hint that I do not have to use trigonometry. I can assume the value of theta to be either 30 or 60, depending upon which particular angle I'm taking as 30. So the moment this is known, we know the height of the taller pillar, which is 60 times 1.732, which is 6 times 17.32. Basically 6 times of 17, I believe everybody is aware. It's going to be a little over 100, right? Fine. So you don't have to use trigonometry here. Okay. So in case people who have joined now, so we will be having the exam analysis on 5th, the day of the XAT exam, starting at 8 p.m. Okay, we will be discussing the expected cutoff, what was the level of difficulty, questions alike. We will also discuss what should we expect at what score and what percentile. Maybe this year's XAT is not going to betray us like CAT did. Okay. Another one, DS. Good one. Okay. So Harshal, Parvinder, Krish. Kushagra. That's it, only 4 people? Okay. Chalo, let's see. The first condition is there to tell us neither of A, B, C, D is 0. Okay. Because the kind of statements we have been given, each one of them gets a chance to be the denominator. So you cannot have 0 as the denominator. So they have specifically mentioned koi 0 nahi hai. Okay. Now the question asked is their product negative? Of course, their product cannot be 0. So is their product negative or is it positive? So in either case, we should be able to answer whether it is a definite yes or a definite no. Let's look at the first statement. It tells us that A by B is greater than C by D. Now, this may happen in 3 cases, right? So if we have something like, let's say, 3 by 1 is greater than 2 by 5. In other words, all the 4 values are positive. Or it may give us that 3 by 1 is greater than minus 2 by 5. Or when both are negative. If both are negative, so this is going to be basically, I can't take minus 3 by 1. I'll have to take minus 2 by 5 is actually greater than minus 3 by 1. Right? So using only the first statement, is A into B into C into D negative? It may be no, it may be yes, it may be no. So we are not sure whether it may be negative or not. So using the first statement, we won't be able to answer this. If I look at the second one, we are given B by A is greater than D by C. So that means if I take the reciprocal of the above three cases, if I take, 1 by 3 is going to be greater than 5 by 2. So not that. Let's take the same numbers. 3 by 1 is greater than 2 by 5. So is the product negative? No. If I take 3 by 1 is greater than minus 2 by 5, is it negative? Yes. If I take both sides negative, so is the product negative? No, it will become positive. So from second also, we won't be able to get the answer accurately. So only 1 is sufficient, but 2 is not. This is not your answer. Only 2 is sufficient, but 1 is not. This also cannot be your answer. Either of 1 and 2 by itself is sufficient. This also is not going to be the answer. So answer is either D or E. Now what we have to do is we have to club them. Now don't look at the values. Think of a fraction which is greater than the other fraction. Now, if you interchange numerator and denominator, your LHS fraction is still greater than your RHS fraction. When will this happen? Your LHS fraction stays the same. It's just that you interchange numerator and denominator. Same is true for RHS. The inequality sign doesn't change. Ye kab hoga? When will this happen? Anyone? It will happen when we're dealing with positive and negative combo. If your LHS fraction is positive, whatever is the numerator, denominator, I don't care. My LHS will always be positive. And if I take a negative RHS in the given example, I don't care what value I'm getting, but it's a negative value. So positive will always be greater than negative, right? It doesn't matter if it's a smaller negative or a larger negative. It doesn't matter if it's a smaller positive or larger positive. But if I happen to take both LHS, RHS as positive, when you interchange the numerator and denominator, the thing is a larger fraction will become a smaller one if you interchange numerator denominator. Interchanging numerator denominator is actually like saying reciprocal of it or multiplicative inverse, right? So if I take LHS as, let's say, 3 by 1 and this one as 2 by 5, if both are positive, and if I interchange, this doesn't hold true. If I take negative on both the sides, minus 2 by 5 is greater than minus 3 by 1. And if I interchange my numerator and see, minus numerator dollar denominator doesn't matter, right? So don't take that. I'll write it like this for better understanding. This becomes 1 by minus 3. Nay, this is wrong. Minus 2.5 is smaller than minus 0.33, right? But if I take 3 by 1 or 1 by 3 greater than minus 2 by 5, because positive has to be greater than negative, and if I interchange the numerator and denominator for both the fractions, ये तो अब भी सच है. So when I club both of them, that's when I get to know that one of C or D, right, is negative and all other three values are positive. So their product is going to be negative, which is definite yes. So the answer is going to be D. We can answer this when we are going to club both of them. Right, Gauri? I hope this is clear. Okay. Next question. You're supposed to find the value of angle X. Here, DB is a tangent to the given circle with center is O, where obviously ABC is a triangle there. Angles are already denoted. So this is given as 44. This is given as 64. And this is asked. Good. Suraj, Parvinder, Kushagra, Harshal. So whenever you have to deal with chords inside a circle and a tangent, there is only one property that deals with both of those. You do not have infinite properties or tensor properties. There is only one property, which is known as alternate segment theorem. Right? So the moment you see a figure, or the moment you have drawn a figure and it looks, where you have got tangents on the circle, and then you have got from the point of connect, there is a chord or two chords or anything, you have to think along the lines of alternate segment theorem. It is going to be used. Now, this is how we'll begin. This x is going to be what? It's going to be equal to what angle? So x degrees is going to be same as angle BAC. Why? Alternate segment theorem. So if I join the line, if I draw this line BC, if I highlight it, so this chord subtends certain angle with the tangent, which is x degrees. The same chord will subtend the same angle on any portion of that segment or the circumference of the circle. So x is definitely going to be 44 degrees plus this angle. Let's call this angle as y. So it's going to be 44 plus y. Right? So our target is to find out y anyways. So the answer is obviously not 44. Right? Now, how to get y? So there is a hint here. The hint is, what kind of triangle do we have AOB? AOB is nothing but an isosceles triangle, right? Because OA and OB, they both are radii of the circle. So they are going to be same. If they're going to be same, that means if that is y, this is also going to be y. Now, in order to get y, our target is now to somehow get the angle at O. How will I be able to get the angle at O? If you look at the entire triangle ABC, you will find that whatever angle I'm going to get at C, let's call that as theta, angle at O is going to be 2 theta. So our target is not to find the angle at O, but to find the angle at C, that's theta. How is that theta related with anything else? So this is our theta using the same logic that if AB is a chord, then if it makes an angle of 64 degrees with the tangent, then this chord will subtend the same 64 degrees on the circumference. Alternate segment theorem. So theta is 64. So 2 theta will become 128. Out of 180, if 128 is there at one of the vertices, that would mean the remaining 52 degrees are going to be divided equally as y. Y will turn out to be 26. So the total angle is going to be 44 plus 26, which will result in 70. Fine? Okay. Another. DS. This is actually n cube and this is actually n square. Wouldn't it be logical to say ODB is 90? Okay. ODB is 90. Yes. And from there, the remaining is going to be 26. We can do that also. Right. Gauri, Abhay, we can do that also. So what you guys are implying is this is going to be 90. So this is going to be 90. Out of this 90, if 64 is here, we can get y is equal to 26 directly. So I will not have to go through this entire process. Fine, perfectly fine. Definitely we can do that. It's a faster approach, right? We'll get the value of y pretty quick. Completely agree. Good, Mandira. Good. See, not everybody is answering in the chat. So I do not get to know what logic you guys are using. So if somebody was able to answer it within 30 seconds, so obviously you may have come up with some particular logic, which was a faster one, if the answer is correct. So that gives us a very good, and that gives me a very good idea as to what is your approach. Is it fine enough? Okay, Suraj. When will n cube minus n square result in 0 as the last digit? When n is going to be a digit whose square ends in the same digit as its cube, right? Then only it's going to be possible. So, and since n is given as positive integers, which means we are talking about natural numbers, single digit natural numbers, n is going to be 1 through 9. So which number square and cube always goes back to the same? So it's basically 0 ka power anything is going to end in 0, right? 1 ka power anything always ends in 1. 5 ka power anything always ends in 5. And 6 raised to anything always ends in 6. These are the only 4 digits where it happens. Since we are asked single digit positive integer, so this is ruled out. So basically n is 1 among 1, 5 or 6, right? Now, question asked is, what is the unit digit of the number n plus 3? So n plus 3 will be a unique one if we somehow get to know what n is. First one says the unit digit of the product of 106 and n is 6. So this is going to be true in 2 cases. So what is the unit digit of number n plus 3? We do not know, because n plus 3 now could be 4 or n plus 3 could be 9. So first one is definitely not helping us. If first one is not helping us, people who answered B, that's not going to work. Okay. Now, second one says when n is divided by, so basically 1, 5 or 6, when it is divided by 3, it leaves the remainder as 0. This happens in only one case. So n is 6. I did not use the first one. मैंने second use किया बस. Out of the 3 digits, 1, 5 and 6, 6 is the only number when divided by 3 gives us no remainder, right? So if n is 6, n plus 3 is going to be 9, I can answer it using only the second statement. That means C option is the answer. It's not D. In data sufficiency, what happens is a lot of time, people who are not well versed with DS, they tend to assume that they're taking the previous statement or the conditions from there in the next one. So when you are going through a new statement, please forget about everything that you have read in the previous condition. Okay, so when I'm doing the second one, I'm not thinking about the first one. 106 into what is going to end in 6, right? I start from scratch every time. Okay, try this. Nay, Kushagra, you use the D statement as in together only when individually you're not able to solve it. ऐसे तो बहुत सारे questions हैं. There can be, in all the questions where one is alone true but two not, 1 and 2 alone they are sufficient, or 1 is not sufficient, 2 alone is sufficient. In सारे cases में, if you're going to combine both the conditions, you will always get the answer, right? तब तो हर बार D हो जाएगा. There will never be a question with answer as A, B or C. So as long as A, B or C doesn't work, then only you should check D. Just give me a moment. Please try to solve this. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, so yeah, I'm back. D? Okay, except for a couple of you, everyone has answered D. Let's say, so in a store, an item is defined by a 3-digit number. The shopkeeper observed that the digit at the tens place. So this is the tens place, this is the units place, this is the hundreds place. So the tens place digit is twice the units place, while the digit at the hundreds place is 3 times the units place, right? So if I take units place digit to be 1, my tens place digit is going to be 2, and my hundreds place digit is going to be 3. When we're asked what is the sum of the digits of the original number, can we say sum of the digits of the original number should be a multiple of 6? So B, C, and sorry, B and E cannot be our answer. So people who are saying B or E, that's not going to happen, right? So basically we can have 1, 2, 3, we can have 2, 4, and 6, and then we can have 3, 6, and 9. These are the three possibilities. Here the sum is 6, here the sum is 12, and here the sum is 18. All the three exist in the options. Then he interchanged the digits at random and obtained a different number. This number was 567 less than the original number, right? So if I look at 123, if I look at the first number, which is going to be 321, if I rearrange it, will I ever get a number where the difference is 567? Not possible. The smallest number I can generate is 123. The difference can never be 567. If I take 246, where the number is of course 642, hundreds is 6. The smallest number we have is 246, and if I subtract the largest minus smallest possible number from the digits 246, will I get a 567 or something like that? No. Another thing is, if all the digits are even, the difference will remain even. 567 is an odd number. You are never supposed to get it. So none of these two will make sense. So it's only possible in this. You don't have to check. क्योंकि और कुछ बचा भी नहीं है. Don't waste your time checking it. So basically, the sum of the digits of the original number is going to be 18. हाँ कुशाग्र वो तो है. I'm saying there are three possibilities. The first two will not make sense. I don't have to find all the combinations and subtract. I'm saying 369. I mean 963 is the number. If I subtract 300 something, then only I will reach at a difference of 500 something. बाकी में तो उतना बड़ा नंबर बन भी नहीं रहा है ना कि उसका डिफरेंस भी उतना बड़ा हो सके. Okay, next one. How 15? We are asked some of the digits of the original number, right? आप किन digits को add कर रहे हो कुशाग्र? 15 आ रहा है आपका. Which digits sum? कुशाग्र, you tell me. 9 plus 6 plus 3 is 15. मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं. That 3 plus 6 plus 9 is 15. हाँ तो 15 के पीछे क्यों पड़े? वो तो we have already ruled out. No, the sum of the digits has to be a multiple of 6. Right? कोई नहीं. This is a question based on reminders. Okay. Good. A lot of you were able to answer it. Let's see if it's the correct answer. In a large storage facility, the boxes are arranged in rows. If the boxes are arranged in rows of 16 each, so 16A, there will be 9 boxes left. Same boxes, if they're arranged in rows of 24 each, there will be 17 boxes left. If they're arranged in rows of 25 boxes each, there will be 18 boxes left. And if they're arranged in rows of 30, there will be 23 boxes left. So this is of the form dividend is equal to divisor into quotient plus remainder. Here the remainder is always different, so we cannot directly take the LCM of the divisors. But even though the remainders are different, there is a pattern here. If you divide a number by 16 and if the remainder is 9, we can say that the negative remainder is -7. 24, 17 may be same. It's true for all these numbers. Now we can club them and say that B is going to be LCM of 16, 24, 25, 30 into something. Since we are asked to find out minimum number of boxes, so the question should be 1. And then we are supposed to subtract 7 from there, right? So either you take the LCM and then subtract 7 from there, or you can use a bit of common sense. Can we say the number of boxes that we see, if we add 7 to it, it should be LCM of 16, 24, 25, and 30, right? So if you're not comfortable with LCM, as in how to calculate quick, आप ऐसे कर लो. If I add 7 to each, is it in the table of 16, 24, 25, 30? No. If I add 7 to it, this is going to be 1202. It's not in the table of 25 for sure. If I add 7 to it, this is going to be 1212. Definitely no. 1200. Yes. If I add 7 to it, this is 1168. Not in the table of 30. So basically last digit. So D becomes your answer. Or you can say, you can take the LCM and then subtract 7. I hope everybody understood this. The moment you come across a particular step that requires some calculation that maybe you're not comfortable with, or maybe you think is lengthy, you are comfortable with it, but it's lengthy, find an alternate approach. Start using options. Okay. Next. So I'm giving you guys enough time because I know it's little lengthy. The mod inequality is something which is going to be time consuming. So the moment I see that, I'm not thinking of solving it using the orthodox way. मैं जुगाड़ लगाने वाला हूं इधर, brute force basically, not जुगाड़. So this is 15 less than mod of, can I write this as k into k minus 8 less than 33. ठीक है. अब k की वैल्यू लेट्स पुट 0 काम करेगा. 0 into something, does it lie between 15 and 33? No. Since we are told that these are integral values, so it makes easier. If I put 1 into 7, no. 2 into 6, no. 3 into 5, no. 4 into 4, 16, yes. 5 into 3, no. वापस घूम फिर के वही बन गया. 6 into 2, 7 into 1, 8, no. So you'll see that the first 4 values that I have chosen is going to give us the same result as the next 4. 4 are here. Let's look at 9. So this is 9 into 1, 9. 10 into 2, 20. Yes. 11 into 3, 33. 12 into 4, 48. So what you realize is as we move beyond 12 or basically beyond 11, k already is a huge number. The difference of that huge number minus 8 is also increasing. So a larger number into a larger number, once it has crossed 32, it will never be coming back. So we get 2 values from here. One is 4 and one is 10. Let's look at negative side. If I put minus 1, so 1 into 9. If I put minus 2, so 2 into 10. Yes. If I put minus 3, so this is 3 into 11, 33. If I put minus 4, so minus 4 into minus 12, this is basically the mirror image of what 12 was giving us, but on the positive side. Minus 4 is also giving us the same value, but negative into negative. So obviously, as we get lower than minus 4, if we take smaller values than minus 4, negative, both the multiplier and the multiplicand, as in k and k minus 8, both will be negative. So you will be generating a positive answer within the mod. But sign is not our concern. Our concern is its magnitude increases drastically. So these are the only 3 values that this set S has. minus 2, 4, and 10. पहला step हुआ अभी फिलहाल. Now, quadratic equation in X of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0 is formed where a, b, c are distinct numbers belonging to set S. So basically, one of them is A, another is B, another is C. If the discriminant of the equation thus formed, so discriminant is given as b square minus 4ac, is maximum possible. Now, if I'm supposed to maximize this, I have to put minus 2 as a component of 4ac so that instead of subtracting minus 4ac, we will be adding something to it. Pehla step. Next is, if minus 2 is going to be taken as 1 among A or C, should B be 10 or should it be the 4, the value 4? So if I take 4, B as 4, so this is going to be 4 square plus 4, not plus, so minus 4 times minus 2 into 10. And if I take B as 10, this is 10 square minus 4 into minus 2 into minus 4, into 4, sorry. So obviously one among these two is going to be larger. The thing is, the moment we do 10 square, this is already 100 and we are adding something to it. While in this case, it's close to 100. We are not even crossing 100. This is 80 plus 16, which is 96. So this is not the maximum. The maximum happens when B is our 10 and A and C, they are among minus 2 and 4 in some order. The order is not our concern because the thing that is asked, it doesn't really care which is A, minus 2 or 4, and which one is C. So this results in minus 0.8. So basically minus 8 by 10 is minus 0.8. Option A. So you guys can see that I did not open the mod and solve 4 quadratic, taking care of the range every time, because I can see that I would not have been able to solve this even if I take the entire screen, the entire slide. It was lengthy. So I used brute force. भटूरे जी, कन्वेंशनल वे होगा ये कि आपको ये याद रखना है कि एनी मॉड इफ इट इज लेस देन ए, then if you remove mod it becomes greater than minus a and less than a. ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. Second thing आपको पता होना चाहिए that any mod if it is greater than a, then if you remove the mod this is going to be greater than a, or whatever was inside the mod it should be less than minus a. So when I said we will be dealing with 4 quadratic, so if I write this as k square minus 8k and less than a ki jagah, if I happen to put here 33, so a will become 33 here. So I will have 2 quadratic to solve. 1, 2. Same thing, k square minus 8k. If I consider a to be 15, so this is k square minus 8k. Here a is going to be 15. So this is 15, this is 15. This is my third quadratic, and then this is my fourth quadratic. And it's not about only solving quadratic. If it gets factorized easily, perfect, which I'm not sure. Quadratic होने के बाद you have to club both the pair of conditions, both the conditions, and see which all integral values lie within those, which I believed beforehand. बिना solve, बिना इतना लिखे हुए कि looking at this I was like I'll be getting 2 quadratics from here, I'll be getting 2 quadratics from here, and then I have to solve both, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to factorize it easily. So I was like, I'll prefer brute force. Because it's quadratic, right? It's a parabola. At a certain point, once it starts increasing, it will never come down. This is true for the other side. मेरे को एक range के अंदर ही आंसर मिलने वाला. That's it. Fine. Next one. मैं टाइम पास कर रहा हूँ, आप लोग आंसर करो। चलो, fine. Let's see. So the distance of the first tree is 10 meters from the well, and then the subsequent distances is 5, right? 5 होते जाएगा. And this is the 30th tree as well. This is our first tree, this is our second, this is our third, and this is our 30th tree. Now, what this gardener does is he takes water from the well, and then he goes and waters the trees one by one. So not simultaneously. So every time it takes water, it pours water on one tree, and then it goes back to the well, again picks up the water from there, and so on and so forth. So instead of taking 10, 5, 5, what I'm going to do is I'm going to treat 5 as D or 5 as 1, right? And I'll treat 10 as basically 2D. Okay? I'll multiply eventually by 5. So in order to water the first well, the gardener has to go 10 and then come back, right? So that is going to be 20. That is 4D for him. Now, once he is back to the well, he goes to the next one, which is 3D, and he comes back. So this is going to be 60. Then he goes to the third tree, which is going to be 4D from the well, and then he has to go back so that he can pick water again for the next tree. So this is going to be 4D plus 4D, which is 8D, and this continues. So the pattern here is the first tree requires 4D, the second tree requires 60, the third one requires 4D. So the 30th tree will require how many Ds here? So the pattern here is this 4 is basically 2 times of 1 plus 1. This 6 is basically 2 times of 2 plus 1. This 8 is basically 2 times of 3 plus 1. So a 30th is going to be 2 times of 30 plus 1, which is going to give us 6. This is 31, right? 31 into 2, which is 62D. But the thing is, once he waters the last plant, why does he have to come back? Because the question is not about he has to come back to the well. It's about he waters all the trees. So basically, it's only going to be 31D and not 62D. So I will do one thing. I'll subtract 31D later on, because this is already following a pattern. So why to disturb it, right? Now, this is going to follow a pattern much easier if I add 2D and subtract 2D further, because now this is a proper pattern. The pattern being 2D plus 4D and so on up to 62D, and then minus 33D basically. The common values that I can take out from the first term is 2D. I'll be left with 1 plus 2 and so on up to 31, and then minus 33D. D, of course, is outside. This is 2 times of 31 into 32 whole divided by 2 minus 33. So this is basically 5 times of 31 into 32 minus 33. And the next step is a simple difference and then multiplying, or you multiply and then take the difference. Now the thing is, should I solve it? No. Why? Because this is an even number, this is an odd number. Even number minus odd number is going to be an odd number. 5 into an odd number is a number that will always end in a 5. There is only one option that ends in 5, right? So this was one way. 1 second. Did I make any calculation mistake here? Is there any calculation mistake? everyone. So it goes up to 31, and because this is not 4235, this is actually a lot. If I try to solve this, this is basically 32 into 30, which is 916, and then that is going to be -1. So basically 959 into 9, which is very close to 5,000. And none of the options that ends in 5 is close to 5,000. Since it doesn't match, it means he has to return to the will. That's the only reason, because 4235 is, this is not 4235, this is way much larger. So basically he doesn't go back. I mean, he goes back. So I'll add 2D and I'll subtract 2D. So this is only 2D, this is only 2D, this is only 2D. Let's hope this gives us the answer. Now B cannot be our answer. So this is basically -2. So 5 times 32 into 32, 1024, and 32, and then that into 5. So this is basically 961 plus 31, which is 992 minus 10. Multiplying a number by 5 is like halving it, which is going to be 4960 minus 10, which is 4950. Fine. So looks like the intention of the question was that the gardener will have to come back. Otherwise, the options will not match. Harshal, doesn't matter if it's in a straight line or not. The distance is 10 and 5, right? So कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. Right, Bhavjot. Most likely he's supposed to put back the bucket back on the well. Maybe his mom is watching. कि clean करके रखो. हाँ बटुरे, पर वो ऑप्शन में है नहीं ना, so really can't do anything. Right, Rahul? So it was not in the option, so he has to come back. So 4950 makes sense. Okay. Little troublesome because the very first option did not match, so had to revisit. Okay, so another DI. Go ahead, give it a try. Looks complicated at first, but it is easy considering that we do not have an option which says cannot be determined. We do have none of these, though. Maybe Kushagra? Maybe that's the answer. Okay. Chalo. Let's see. So it's given that 5 teams participated in the recently played Premier Hockey League. As per the scheme of the tournament, every team has to play with every other team 5 times, which means Haryana has to play against Maharashtra 5 times. Maharashtra has to play against Haryana, Punjab, I mean, every other team 5 times. That is a total of 20 matches per team. And then points were awarded for win, lose, and tie. The following chart gives the number of matches won, matches lost, and matches tied by 5 teams. The number of matches won, lost, and tied by Assam is denoted by XYZ. So basically, they have not given us the exact value for Assam win, loss, and tie. So where WLT, they denote that. Now, if you look at Haryana, if you add all the numbers, it will give you 20. If you look at Maharashtra, it's going to be 20. If you look at Punjab, this is going to be 20. If you look at Bengal, it's going to be 20. So the value of sum of X, Y, and Z should also result in 20. I hope this is understood. Also, if there are a total of 50 matches that are going to be played, right? How do we know there are going to be 50 matches that are going to be played? Since there are 5 teams, total number of matches are going to be 5C2, which is 5 into 4 divided by 2, which is going to be 10. Right? But this happens when they are going to play once. What if they're not going to play once, but they're going to play 5 times? So, iska 5 times. So, total 50 matches are going to happen. I hope you guys do remember league or round robin matches. So total 50 matches are supposed to happen. Now, out of those total 50 matches, if you pick any of the match, it's either going to be a win, it's going to be a tie, or it's going to be a loss. Now, listen to this carefully. When I pick a match, and if it's a win or a loss situation, so it will either be counted as a win or it will either be counted as a loss. But if I pick a match and if it gets tied, it is counted as a tie for both the teams. Whether in the case of a win-loss result, it will that one win or a loss, it goes to one of the teams, right? So from here, can we say the total wins that we see so far are 10, 20, 5 plus 6? The ties, sorry, the losses that we see are 27, 35, 44 plus y. And the ties that we see are 11 plus Z. What should be the relationship here between 25 plus X, 44 plus Y, and 11 plus Z? क्या रिलेशन है इसमें? Anyone? Right. Win is equal to loss. This is the first condition. What is the next equation that we have? What is the next relationship we have? Can we say the number of wins that we see, which is of course same as number of losses, plus number of draws that we see, number of draws ka half, because it's counted twice, should be equal to 50? Instead of number of wins, we can say number of losses plus number of draws ka half. That is also equal to 50. Can we say this? नहीं, win plus loss plus वो half 50 नहीं होगा. See, if it's a win, it goes to a particular team, and if it's a loss, so if you know, if let's say if Haryana wins, so Haryana's win is counted here, and Haryana wins over Maharashtra, so Maharashtra's loss is also counted over there. So don't you think that win-loss is distributed that way? It should not be number of wins plus loss plus half of tie equal to 50. It's going to be number of wins plus number of draws divided by 2, number of losses plus number of draws divided by 2. Each should be equal to 50. Or you can say that this sum should be equal to 100. Any doubt? Is this fine? मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है कि there will be more cases. चलो. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 44 plus Y plus 11 plus Z divided by 2. This is equal to 50. Right? If I cross multiply, I will have 2Y plus Z is equal to 100 minus 88, 12, that is equal to 1. Now, Y and Z, they cannot be negative, right? These are supposed to be whole numbers because we are counting things. The only solution that we can get from here is if Y is going to be 0 and Z is going to be 1. There is no other possibility. So basically, Assam has got a total of 0 losses and a total of 1 tie. That would mean basically 19 wins. So the question says find the value of X. The value of X is going to be 19. Okay? What is the value of Y? What is the value of Z? So basically, if you understand and solve, the values of X, Y, Z, which are related, as in you cannot only solve the value of Y or Z or X. So it happens to be simultaneously solvable. So Y is 0 and Z is 1. So I don't think I should give you any time for this. Director. Fine. Okay. So people who have joined recently now for this session. So on 5th of on the coming 5th after that exam, we will be doing a Hindi language analysis, where we were discussing about answer keys, scores versus percentile, what the paper was, everything. Okay, so this is the first time we are doing it. So there will be analysis parallelly going on, Hindi versus English. Okay, next problem. Geometry. Don't worry, we will wind up before the dinner time starts. As in before 9 o'clock, we will anyways, we'll get done with it. So basically we have PQR, where PQ is equal to QR. The line AB is drawn, says that A lies on PR and B lies on QR, and it's distinct from Q. Also, AB divides the triangle PQR into two parts having equal area. So area of this is area. So this is also area, same, as well as equal perimeter. Great. If PR is 4, what is the length of AR? Good. That's it. No one else? So let's talk about the first component, which is the perimeter. So perimeter of the quadrilateral, which is ABQP, is going to be same as the perimeter of the triangle, which is ABR, right? So if I look at the perimeter of ABQP, we are saying AB plus BQ plus QP plus PA. That should be same as AB plus BR plus AR, right? ये पहला है. What you will realize here is AB is common, so you can cancel it out. So basically in this quadrilateral, the sum of the lengths of these three sides is going to be the sum of the lengths of these two sides of this triangle. Now, if you think about it, if I add all these pink and the blue lines, it gives us the perimeter of the triangle, the original triangle, because the common line is common, so it has cancelled out. So this basically tells us that the perimeter, not perimeter, the sum of these three components is going to be same as the sum of these two components. 5 5 होना चाहिए ये दोनों. Okay. Now, the 5 thing can happen in a lot of ways, right? So if I consider this AR to be 1, this is going to be 3. If I want this to be 5, this has to be 4, but this is not possible. So 1 cannot happen. What if we take 2? If we take 2 here, AR as 2, second option. So this is going to be 2 because the sum is 4. I want BR to be the remaining value so that the sum is 5. This is going to be 3. If the moment this is 3, what happens is B and Q, they coincide. That's not allowed. So this is also gone, right? So anything above 2 is very much feasible, right? Now, the thing is, which out of CDE will make sense? For that, we will have to use the second condition where the area is also supposed to be same for both of them, right? How do we calculate area when we have such a line? We use the half AB sine theta wala formula. Area of a triangle is given as half AB sine theta, right? Okay. So if the area of this triangle, small triangle, is, let's say, X, the area of this quadrilateral is X, they have equal area. So can we say area of the original triangle is twice the area of this smaller triangle? So basically area of triangle ABR upon area of triangle PQR is 1:2. Now, how can we write area of triangle ABR as? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to choose this side to be L so that this becomes 4 minus L. And since the perimeter is supposed to be 5, so this is going to be 5 minus L so that the sum is 5. And since we need the 4 minus L ki zarurat bhi nahi hai. 5 minus L, this is good enough. So area of triangle ABR is going to be half into one side is L, another side is 5 minus L into sine of R, this common angle. Area of triangle PQR is going to be half of one side, which is 4, another side, which is 3, into sine of R. So what we will observe is half cancels out, sine R cancels out. So we will get L into 5 minus L is equal to 12. So what value of L, sorry, not 12, this is going to be 6. Why 6? Because we do have a half now, we are equating this. So 12 by 2, which is 6. So what value of L now will satisfy this from the options? If I take 2.4, it's going to be decimal point. If I take a 3, this is going to be 3 into 2, that is going to be 6. Makes perfect sense. So D becomes our answer. Fine? The critical part here was, if you take this as L, this is going to be 5 minus L, because the sum of these two sides is supposed to be 5. Why? Because the perimeters are same for both the quadrilateral and this triangle. Okay, next one. So, set theory. Okay, after this, Bhavjot, I will explain why did we ignore it. ना हमने इग्नोर नहीं करा है, एज पर द क्वेश्चन ये कट गया. BQ plus QP plus PA same as BR plus AR. और इन सबको ऐड करोगे तो 10 मिलता है, राइट? Why? 3 plus 3 plus 4 is 10. अब 10 में if you have to divide it into two parts, एक की लंबाई ये है, एक की लंबाई ये है, so each one should be 5. Now this 5 is broken down into 2 segments. The other 5 is broken down into 3 segments. तो इसीलिए individual length जो है 5. I'm not saying the perimeter of the triangle is 5. Perimeter of the triangle is 5 plus AB. Perimeter of the quadrilateral is 5 plus AB. सेम हो गया ना, क्योंकि AB कॉमन था. ठीक है. So we have got 3 newspapers. So basically we are dealing with 3 set Venn diagram. A? Chalo, good. Let's see. In a town of 10,000 families, it was found that 40% families buy newspaper A, 20% families buy newspaper B, 10% families buy newspaper C, 5% families buy A and B, 3% B and C, 4% A and C. If 2% families buy all the three, then the number of families which buy newspaper A only is. Since everything is in terms of percentage, I'm going to ignore these 10,000 families and I'm going to consider that as to be 100% of the families. So basically, we are looking at 100% of the families. We have got newspaper A, B, and C. Where newspaper A denotes 40, B denotes 20, and C denotes 10. 2% buys all the three, 5% buys A and B. So this is basically 3. and 4% by A and C. So this is basically 2. So out of 40, if we have 7 here, so this is supposed to be 33, basically percentage. So the number of families which buy newspaper A only is, so I don't have to solve everything, right? I'll not waste time there. We are dealing with 33% of, let's bring in the base now, 10,000 families, which will result in 3,300 families. So obviously option A. Right, converting everything into percentages, dealing with smaller values so that I don't have to write so many trailing zeros. And last part, मैं उसको convert कर दिया. So basically, if you think about it, even the C and B was not required. Whatever was asked, we could have solved it using only this. Okay. Probability. Harshal, don't you think it shouldn't be E? Because there are 10 questions, or 10 में से अगर at least 2 has to be correct, it can't be straight away half because it's skewed. हाँ, 10 में 5 होता तो maybe it could have been half, but it's not the midpoint of the number of coins we have, right? Or the number of questions we are dealing with. It's skewed. It's heavily distorted or weighed on one particular side. So half to definitely नहीं हो रहा. अच्छा, okay. Okay. So probability of question is about at least 2 questions correct. So I'm saying probability of no question correct plus probability of 1 question correct plus probability of 2 questions correct plus probability of 3 questions correct and so on up to probability of all the 10 questions correct. One, all the possibilities, all those 11 possibilities or cases, the probability ka sum is going to be 1 because there is nothing beyond these 10 cases, right? We are asked to find out, he answers at least 2 questions correctly. So we need to find out either these 9 cases individually and then add them, or in order to find this, we can only solve for these 2 and we will subtract that from 1, which is jaldi answer aa jayega, and I have to deal with smaller numbers also. So what is the probability that none of the questions is correct? So if I look at the first question, there are two options. Either it will be correct or it will be wrong. But we have to find that it should not be correct, it should be wrong. So probability of first question being wrong is half. Probability of second question wrong is half. Probability of third question wrong is half. So there are 10 of them. So basically we are saying that if each of the question is going to be wrong, the probability of that happening is half, right? Now, what about probability of one question is correct and 9 others are wrong? So the first one is correct and the others are wrong. So correct and wrong ka to probability to half ही है, right? The half is again here written 10 times. But the thing is, this probability is dealing with when I'm saying question number 1 is written as correct and the second to 10 question numbers are wrong. But ये necessary नहीं है ना? I can also have question number 2 being answered correctly and every other question being answered wrong. This can also happen. This is each half is for each of the 10 questions. So how many such cases we can have where first question is correct, remaining 9 are wrong. Second question is correct, remaining 9 are wrong. Third question is correct, remaining 9 are wrong. So can we say we are going to have 10 such cases overall? So the first one is going to give me half to the power 10. Next one is also half to the power 10. Next one is also half raised to 10. But how many such half raised to 10 we are going to have? We have one case here and we have 10 cases here. So it's going to be 11 such cases. If I subtract that from 1, I will be able to get all the cases from 2 to 9 questions being correct, right? So this is going to be 1 minus 11 upon 2 to the power 10, which is 1024, which results in 1024 minus 11, which is 1013 out of 1024. So basically option A. Fine. Chalo. Next one. And just be patient. We are coming to an end of today's session. I think there is one more or a couple of more questions. So, what are there? Well, Jyot, I would have completely agreed with you had there been not a minus sign between the perfect squares. Since there is a minus sign, it means we can reduce it. You know, सारे plus होते हैं तो most likely. Sum of perfect squares is always non-negative, so I understand what you are trying to imply here. Also, there are two terms with the same variable, which is y. So we have to be careful there. Had it been x, y, and z, though obviously it's going to be minus infinity. So basically what I will do is I'll completely, ignore these negatives wala part. I'm going to simply, and I'm going to ignore this 4 and 9. I'm ignoring the coefficients and the numbers written inside. I'm just trying to understand that if I have y square plus x square minus y square plus 16 square, and if I need to minimize this entire expression, since I have two terms with y square, obviously right now it will cancel out, but do remember we have different coefficients here. So this is more like 4y square and this is 2y square and 9x square. If I want to minimize it, so anything that is adding to it should be 0. So I can't make 16 square as 0, of course, but I can definitely make 9x square as 0 by putting x is equal to 0 here. Why will I do that? Because if I don't take that term, change to 0, any value, other value of x, no matter how small or how negative I take, because it's getting squared, it will add something to it further. So if I take it as 0, it is at a certain value. The moment I give it any value other than 0, it will increase the sum. So the first step is this term should vanish. Okay. So this term is going to vanish when we take x is equal to 9. Done. When x is equal to 9 happens, we get that expression as 4y minus 3 whole square minus 2 times y minus 11 whole square and then plus 16 square. Now our target is to minimize this. It may look like I can make it as 0, but no, we have the same variable y on both the sides, and as in both the terms, right? So if I'm trying to minimize the first one, maybe the second one will increase. For example, if I take y as 3, perfect, the other one will become 3 minus 11 whole square and then minus 2 times of that, right? And hold on. I don't think any of the options match here. Because I can actually reduce to a lot extent, right? 128. Nay, it will still be positive. I won't be able to. Negative नहीं हो सकता, है ना? If I take y is equal to 3, this term vanishes, but this is going to be 2 times 64, which is 128. Minus 128 plus 256 is going to be positive. So hit and trial will not work, but basically you got the gist of it, right? We're not sure that putting y is equal to 3 or y is equal to 11, will it decrease or will it increase? So unfortunately, we do not have anything. There is nothing we can do. अब हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा? We'll have to open the brackets. So this is going to give us 4 times y square minus 6y plus 9 minus 2 times of y square minus 22y plus 121. And this is 256. So this is 4y square minus 2y square, which is 2y square. And this is basically 24y and this is 44y. So this is plus 20y, and this is 36. 256 plus 36, right? So this is 292, and this is 242. So this is basically 50. So then we have plus 50. If I take out 2 common, I'll be left with y square plus 10y plus 25, which gives me 2 times y plus 5 ka whole square. Now, this is a single perfect square. The minimum value of any perfect square is always 0, and that will happen when y is minus 5. But किस value y पे वो concern नहीं है, हम 0 कर सकते हैं. We cannot make it negative no matter what we do. So D becomes our answer. Okay, so you have to be a little careful with the calculation part. एक silly mistake होगा, most likely will end up getting B, C or E. Okay. Last question. The total number of bananas with 3 friends, MSM, so Modi, Sumit, and Manki put together is 10. If the sum of the reciprocals of the number of bananas with the 3 friends is 1, what is the difference between the number of bananas with Modi and Sumit? So this is the last question. I want everybody to answer. Come on, you can do it. Use a bit of common sense. Write down the equation if you have to. Think about it. और हो जाएगा. So let's say the number of bananas with Moti, Sumit, and Manki are ABC respectively. Since the initials are same, so I'm using different letters. We are given that A plus B plus C is 10. And of course, these are whole numbers. If the sum of the reciprocals, so that is 1 by A plus 1 by B plus 1 by C is 1, then what is the difference between the number of bananas with Moti and Sumit? So basically we are asked what is mod of A minus B. So we have lesser number of equations as compared to the number of variables. We have 3 variables and 2 equations. So this is the equation that should give you a hint. Can you tell 3 fractions whose sum is going to be 1? So it happens to be 1 by 4 plus 1 by 4 is 1 by 2. 1 by 2 plus another 1 by 2 is going to give us a 1, where 4 plus 4 plus 2 is 10. Now, is it 1 by 4, 1 by 4, 1 by 2, or is it 1 by 4, 1 by 2, and 1 by 4, or is it 1 by 2, or 1 by 4, and 1 by 4? We have no idea in which order A, B, C are, right? So A, B, and C can be any of the values from 2, 4, 4. So A minus B could be a difference between 2 and 4, which is 2, or A and B could be a difference between 4 and 4, which is 0. So the number of bananas with Moti and Sumit, we don't know whether it is 0 or 2. So the answer is going to be cannot be determined. So this is what you had to somehow figure out. Okay. Since the sum was 10 and we needed the sum of reciprocal as 1, so you could always start with half plus half 1 hota hai. अब अगले half को further आप divide कर दो, right? There is another way. You can treat one of them as 1 by 3 and another one as 2 by 3, right? So 2 by 3 can be written as now further as 1 by 3 plus 1 by 3. But the thing is, this sum will not add up to give you 10. So start with half. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, let's say if the together was 9, then we would have broken down as 1 by 3, 1 by 3, 1 by 3. Right? So basically brute force and not solving the equations. So it's all about when do you take a pause, take a step back and realize कि ये equation why solve करने लायक नहीं है, not worth. Lesser number of equations, more variables. Right? So that's all from our side for tonight. I wish you all very, very good luck and all the best for your XAT exam. Okay. Please make sure that you catch us live on 5th of Jan, 8 p.m. onwards. We'll be doing the live analysis of both in both the languages, English as well as Hindi. So we'll be discussing the expected cutoffs, the answer keys, the score versus percentile, all of that. Okay. So thank you, everyone. Thank you a lot for, being patient and sitting with us for continuous 6 hours. And, these are the small things that you guys provide us with that gives us a lot of motivation. Okay. Harshal, if you end up solving QA and not DI, as in what happens, as in why do you care? It's all about the score, right? It's not that DI is a different section whose score will be counted separately, or the cutoffs made DI is important. If you are already doing well only solving QA questions, then even if you miss out on all the DIs, it doesn't matter, right? Right? So if you go through all the QA questions once, and then if you think that, it's taking more time to solve the remaining QA questions, don't do that. Just go through DIs once. Maybe you will come across 1 or 2 DI sets. Shayad do hi DI ho is bar, who knows? Which you will find easy and then attempt it. Okay. At the end of the day, it's all about how much you score. It doesn't matter how you score and from which questions or topic wise you score, right? So thank you, everyone. Thank you once again. I'll see you guys again very soon. Take care. Good night. Bye-bye.